In this box, nothing moves unless you do it yourself. You want to bring the heat, generate passion. You want a ball? Start repping. Make a moment. Start swinging. So let's take this moment and own it. It's the return of MMA's league. The PFL is back, and it's more than a fight, it's a season. Let's kick it.
Man, he's taking a beating. Big slams. The Red King successful in his PFL debut.
Here come the big guns. It's heavyweights and women's lightweights tonight.
Big punches from Kayla Harrison. Goldsoff must have finished Jared Rosas. Oh, and there's a right hand. You just watched history, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, knockout victory!
We own this moment. The PFL on ESPN+.
Shout out to Wiz Khalifa, who's now part of the ownership group here at Professional Fighters League. For the third straight week, we are live from Atlantic City at the world-class Ocean Casino Resort, home of the PFL regular season. Heavyweights and women's lightweights, Fabrizio Verdu and Renan Ferreira, and returning PFL champion Kayla Harrison against Mariana Moraes. Fabricio Verdu is one of the most accomplished heavyweights in mixed martial arts history. He's won nearly every title possible, but there's one left, the PFL Championship. Tonight, he begins that mission. And two-time Olympic judo gold medalist Kayla Harrison already has a PFL belt, but for her, that's not enough. She wants to be known as the best fighter on the planet. Harrison is undefeated in 8 career fights, and now she's chasing back-to-back crowns. Welcome everybody to Ovation Hall. I am Sean O'Connell, joined as always by the legendary Randy Couture and the MMA guru himself, Kenny Florian. And tonight we have big fights, literally and figuratively big fights. Let's start with the main event, Randy. Fabricio Verdu is 43 years old and he's done it all. Nothing left to prove, yet he's here chasing a PFL championship.
Yeah, well, by my estimation, he's got a good 4 or 5 years left in him, for sure. This guy has won at every single level, world champion in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. His list of guys he's submitted is a who's who, from Cain Velasquez, Alistair Overeem, even the only one to do it against Fedor Emelianenko. I am very excited to see this guy compete and see what tricks he pulls out tonight.
It's a big main event. And in the co-main, Kayla Harrison, dominant champion everywhere she's been. Kenny, she's back looking for 2 PFL titles in a row.
She really has been dominant. And what was so surprising when I asked her, I said, what's going to be different this year? She said, you know, I'm going to be confident. I was like, confident? You've been dominant. You've smashed everybody out there. And she says she just feels comfortable, you know, doing her game, having that style that she has. It's going to be very similar. She just feels confident all the way around. And we're going to see the best Kayla Harrison yet, guys.
So that's your main event and your co-main event. How about these final 4 fights of the night coming up later on ESPN? We told you about Berduem and Harrison. Muhammad Usman, younger brother of UFC champion Kamaru, makes his PFL debut. Looking forward to that one. Usman's a favorite, but nobody is as big a favorite tonight as the returning champion Kayla Harrison. Before we get to those feature bouts, on ESPN, starting at 7 p.m. These 2 apiece in the heavyweight division and at the women's lightweights. Let's take a look at the odds here. Dennis Goldsoff, he's returning. Ante Delia, he's returning. Both heavy favorites for their bouts. Again, that's later on ESPN. We brought a lot of new fighters into the PFL this year. The vast majority of the roster is new. But as I just mentioned, Randy, Goldsoff, he's formidable, he's back. And Ante Delia is a guy we've had an eye on for a long time.
We saw a little bit of Ante Delia in the 2019 season. He had withdrawn with a broken hand. Since then, he's had a TKO victory, so we know the hand is solid. This guy trains in Croatia with Mirko Krokop. He's a more well-rounded fighter. He's got 6 submissions as well as 7 knockouts to his career. So I'm excited to see if any of that prowess, that Krokop prowess, has rubbed off on Ante Delia.
That's a heavyweight feature bout later on ESPN. But at the women's lightweights, Kenny, the statuesque striker Jenna Fabian is back and feels like she's got the necessary skills to really contend for a title this year.
Yeah, and she looked fantastic on the scale. 6 foot tall. She comes from a Muay Thai background, and sometimes it can take time to adjust your striking style for mixed martial arts, and she's been doing that. She said that's going to be the difference this year. She's been working at City Kickboxing, one of the best gyms in the world out of New Zealand, so she is ready to rock.
So those are some fighters we're relatively familiar with, but they're taking on tough newcomers. And sometimes when you don't know that much, you have a hard time figuring out how to bet fights like this. Don't ask me. That's why we have Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker. Fellas?
Sean, thank you very much. Great to be back with you this week. And let's just be honest. There's 2 things that bring MMA fans to the table. Stars with name value and betting. And that's why we're here. And we've got both tonight. But Ian, let's first talk about Kayla Harrison. She has been dominant. We saw her numbers, minus 2,000. That's way too much. So what do we do?
Minus 2,000 is astronomical. Even minus 400 for her to win inside the distance is too much for our straight bettors. So what we're going to do, we're going to shrink it down to size. We're going to tap into our prop bets. I'm going to go with Kayla Harrison by TKO at plus odds. I believe her ground and pound, where she usually loosens up her opponents to get the submission, she won't even need it. That power is going to be too much. She's going to win by TKO.
I know I'm going to open up my Twitter in a couple of minutes, and people are going to say, Coach, but she's a submission artist. Why not pick her by submission? So I'll ask you the same question.
I think she's got a lot to prove here with her striking. She keeps talking about it, and I believe her opponent has got good enough jiu-jitsu to hold up that submission. I just think the power is going to be way too much. The minute she hits her opponent, it's going to be done. I'm still rolling with TKO at plus odds.
Very good. Well, submission, that's a nice segue word into our main event. Fabrizio Verdu, a legend. We know that. We've heard the guys talking about it. But he also comes here starting over, but still is a big-time favorite. So what do we do with him?
Same thing we did with Rory McDonald last week. His experience, fight IQ, he knows what he's going to have to do to get it done and to get those 6 points. He's fighting a tall boxer. He's going to get this fight to the floor, work his ground game with strikes, and eventually end up getting the submission and getting that win that we expect him to get, Coach.
Guys, last week Ian Parker was absolutely perfect with all of his picks, and as you just heard, how they were going to finish. And finish is the word of the night. These fighters better be ready for those bonus points. And we're going to be here all night for our betting fans. For now, Sean, let's send it back to you, Smart Cage side.
Thank you, Coach and Ian. Can't do any better than perfect. We begin the action here on ESPN Plus with a welterweight showcase bout. Magomed Umalatov and Kyron Bowen have a huge opportunity in front of them tonight. You might be wondering, what is a showcase bout? Well, Kenny Florian, this is an opportunity for these two gentlemen to prove to the PFL brass that they belong in an upcoming season where, of course, they can chase a $1 million championship. In fact, for the women's lightweights and the heavyweights, 3 graduates of showcase fights are in the season here in season 3, including Kayla Harrison.
That's right. This is a chance for them to prove themselves. And also, this is an opportunity for them to get into the next season here at the PFL and basically change their life. So no pressure, guys.
Randy, Muhammad Daris, who will be our first fight coming up later on ESPN, in his showcase bout, he had that amazing flying knee, and of course, that earned him an invite to the season. The system worked for him.
Absolutely. It's rare to see a guy that size be able to move that way and pull off such a dynamic technique and be effective. He showed that he had what it takes to be in the Professional Fighters League.
So that is what is at stake for Magomed Umalatov and Kyron Bowen. And there is Bowen. 170-pound action. He looks to prove himself, not to me, but to Ray Sefo, our president of fighter operations. His opponent, Magomed Umalatov, is undefeated so far in his mixed martial arts career. Does he stay that way? We find out next.
The PFL on ESPN Plus is brought to you by Geico. Switch today. It's The PFL on ESPN Plus is brought to you by Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. CarParts.com. Get the right parts right now at CarParts.com. Rich Energy, the official energy drink of the PFL. And by Presidente. Drink responsibly.
That gorgeous thing in front of you right there is the PFL Smart Cage, powered by Flagship Solutions Group, an IBM partner. We'll be tracking strike speed, arm strikes, leg strikes, total strikes, all of that inside the PFL Smart Cage. We start the action tonight, as promised, with a welterweight showcase bout. Magomed Umalatov is undefeated. Kyron Bowen looks to earn his place potentially into a future PFL season with a victory over a guy who's never tasted defeat before. Randy Kyron Bowen, American fighter, relatively well-rounded. He's got knockouts, he's got submissions, he's got victories, any way you can get him.
Yeah, 5 of his last 7 entered the first round. That's a pretty explosive guy. Going to be tough to deal with early on.
Kenny, this is the first time we've seen Kyron Bowen on a big stage. He's never fought on ESPN before. He's never fought with the prospect down the road of being part of $1 million season before. How much does the pressure get to a guy who's been on the local scene?
Well, it definitely can. You know, he does have a decent amount of experience. This is the biggest fight of his life for sure. Looks okay so far, but you know, I tell you what, he's a good overall striker. He does have some good submissions on the ground as well, some good front chokes that Umalatov's going to have to watch out for.
Magomed
Umalatov, as I said, undefeated so far. He actually got onto the PFL's radar because his older brother fought in season 1 of PFL action, back when we had a middleweight division. Magomed feels like he has what it takes to challenge at 170 pounds, but you got to start proving it here, Ken.
Yeah, no, this kid is very tough. He comes from a wrestling background, but when you see him stand up, you think he was a professional striker his whole life. So he really doesn't have a whole lot of weaknesses that I can see. His ground and pound is brutal. Excited to see him perform tonight.
That wrestler, by the way, 5 straight finishes by KO or TKO. Take a look at our tail of the tape. Reach advantage goes to Kyron Bowen, who is an inch taller. These guys both pretty tall for the welterweight division. Umalatov is 2 years older. Lillian Garcia starts the showcase bout.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome from Atlantic City. We are extremely excited for all the fights that are taking place tonight. And right now, we start with the showcase bout in the welterweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a kickboxer. Standing at 6'2", he officially weighs in at 170 3/4 pounds. In 14 professional bouts, he has a record of 9 wins and 5 losses, with all 9 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Springfield, Illinois, here is Kyron "Mamba" Bowen! His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a wrestler. Standing at 6'1", he officially weighs in at 170 pounds. He is undefeated with a record of 9-0, with all 9 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Astrakhan, Russia, here is Magomed Prince Umalatov. Your referee in charge, Gasper Oliver.
Gasper Oliver oversees the action in this welterweight showcase bout. Kyron Bowen in the black and gray trunks. Magomed Umalatov in the red and blue. And Ahmed Aliyev, also a representative of Astrakhan, Russia, where Umalatov hails from, and a PFL lightweight coming off a win. He's in the corner of his buddy and training partner.
Not surprised these Russians stick together pretty tightly.
Touch of the gloves, and here we go. Low leg kick from Umalatov. Bowen tries a push. Tests one up high.
Umalatov with a nice takedown, nice level change. Typically, you'll see him kind of lure his opponents to sleep a little bit early on. More of an analytical fighter, and here he is in a great position, guys.
Great instincts there. Randy ducked right under the big leaping hook from Bowen and secures the takedown here.
Slipped right under Bowen's left hand at right hand, and Bowen's forward energy put him right in a position to follow through with that takedown and put him on his back.
Yeah, and he's in a great position to get an arm triangle potentially here as well. If he can get his head to the mat and lock hands.
Kyron Bowen on bottom. Making sure, looking for a leg attack here.
A lot of times ends up in a sweep or a way to scramble and get out of the bottom position.
Interesting attack there from Kyron Bowen, showing his prowess on the ground. And these up kicks, Umalatov is able to avoid them and fall back down into the guard.
Yeah, he's been very offensive off of his back. Good stuff here from Bowen. Wasn't able to control above the knee. That's why Umalatov was able to escape that leg entanglement. But nice stuff here from Bowen to keep Umalatov honest here.
Umalatov working from the top, punches to the body, side of the head, short hammer fist.
Bowen keeps reaching across and trying to find that Kimura and use it as a sweep. And in doing so, he's putting himself in position for that potential arm triangle from Umalatov.
Yeah, we saw Hamlet hit that arm triangle from close guard, so they're not necessarily safe just because you're in close guard, and Umalatov typically stays very busy from this top position.
Umalatov passes. Bowen is able to once again recover at least the half guard here. Nice work by Umalatov using the instep to pass, and now he's got the back of Kyron Bowen, who turtles up.
Bowen go for another leg lock there. Use that nice sweep attempt by Bowen.
And he's able to get up because of it. Maybe. Not quite.
Very close.
Nice recovery there by Magomed Umalatov. But as you mentioned, Randy, clever escape and sweep attempts here from Kyron Bowen.
9 times out of 10, that leg lock attempt will create that scramble that'll allow you to get out from the bottom position.
Yeah, Bowen really showing a nice loose, fluid game off of his back. He's very relaxed. Looked like he was giving up his back, then rolled into a leg attack on Umalatov.
Bowen's a guy that considers himself a kickboxer, but he's got 4 submissions to his record. So definitely demonstrating he knows exactly what he's doing on the ground.
Yeah, very adept work here from the back. Even if he's not able to create the offense that he wants, he's defended himself pretty well. These punches are landing from the top for Umalatov, but there's nothing terribly costly for Kyron Bowen as the hammer fists continue from Magomed Umalatov. Randy, I think I ask you every show, when you're stuck in someone's guard and you're trying to make real ground and pound work, what's the first thing you should do?
I think he's got to keep his head clear, bring his hips in, get his head up, and create some elevation. Now he forces Bowen to use that knee and shield. He can find a way to stack him up and land some better, bigger shots.
Umalatov continues to work from the guards. 1 minute remains in round number 1 of this welterweight showcase bout. For those familiar with the PFL format, regular season, playoffs, and a championship, these gentlemen are hoping to earn their way into a future season. Magomed Umalatov so far looking good, but Kyron Bowen accounting well for himself, even though he's been on his back.
Well, he's starting to eat a lot of shots here, Sean. He was doing a good job of blading his body and attacking that Kimura or guillotine like Randy was saying. He stopped doing that, and now he's eating a lot of shots. He's going head-to-head with Umalatov, which is not recommended here, and he's eating more.
Nice left hands from the top for Magomed Umalatov, and Bowen says, I gotta get out of here. Oh, big heavy hammer fist from the top. Magomed Umalatov turning it up at the end of round number 1. With Bowen still defending himself intelligently. 10-second clapper. Gasper Oliver taking a close look. 5 seconds remain, and we will see round number 2.
Let's get it.
Focus and listen. Eyes up, hands on my shoulders. Let's go. I know, hey, your controller's posture. He waits.
Yeah, I know. We're on the same wavelength.
Fighter performance rating, a new stat in mixed martial arts. We develop this every round. Fighters receive a score between 1 and 100. Here's the important part. It's not just traditional MMA stats like strikes landed, takedowns. More importantly, it's the impact those actions have in the round. All measured in our smart cage and pulled into our FPR algorithm. Magomed Umalatov really turned it up late, and Kyron Bowen did not look super stable when he stood up between rounds, Randy.
He took some big hammer fists and spent a lot of energy protecting himself from that bottom position. He looked a little wobbly on the break.
Oh, big right hand! Magomed Umalatov punctuates the performance with an early knockout in the second round. Kyron Bowen doesn't like it, but he went down, and after what Gasper Oliver had seen at the end of that first round, he wasn't going to have a long leash for damage absorbed.
I agree 100%. He sent the wrong message, slow getting up, a little wobbly. When he did get up, and even coming out after the start of the second round, he just did not look solid.
Exactly, guys. He was sending a lot of signs to the referee that maybe he was still injured. He was hunched over to even start that round. Ate a shot early that was, he was dropped, and we know how aggressive Umalatov was with his ground and pound. I think it was a pretty solid stoppage there from the referee, actually.
What a performance by Magomed Umalatov, who gets an opportunity here in a welterweight showcase bout. He has said, look, I belong here. Look at this replay. Walk us through it, Kenny.
Oh, there he is. He actually got his head off the center line and landed a right hand just as Bowen came forward. And those are kind of the worst shots. When you're moving forward and you're getting hit with a shot like that, those are the devastating ones. That's why he was dropped. And Umalatov almost followed up with some serious ground and pound. The referee had seen enough. And again, guys, because of what you said, he had eaten a lot of shots at the end of round 1.
There's Ahmed Aliyev, his friend and training partner in the corner. Big thanks to Rich Energy for that replay. Magomed Umalatov successful in his PFL showcase debut. Time now for the Cageonomics Stats Bundle presented by Geico. A one-sided affair, to say the least. Magomed Umalatov with a takedown and some ground and pound in the first, and then that big right hand to end things early in the second. That's a showcase bout. We're back with league action next. Welcome back to Ocean Casino Resort. Magomed Umalatov remains undefeated in his mixed martial arts career. Victorious here in a welterweight showcase bout ahead of our women's lightweight and heavyweight action in PFL Season 3. 17.8 miles per hour, I am told, on that finishing strike for Magomed Umalatov. Strike speed, part of the PFL Smart Gauge, brought to you by SMT. Let's take a look at the replay here.
All right, now that 17.8 miles an hour is further magnified by Bowen moving forward at the same time, basically creating that head-on collision, and that is just magnificent there from Umalatov, landing that shot. Here it is. Oh, just a devastating shot. That's a picture-perfect overhand right from Umalatov, just as Bowen was coming forward.
Successful debut for Magomed Umalatov. We make it official inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 7 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by TKO, Magomed Umalatov.
Make it 10 straight for Magomed Umalatov. He's finished every one of his fights. And he's a wrestler, Randy, but you saw there, 9 knockouts or TKOs and 1 submission. I mean, I don't doubt that he's a good wrestler, but you don't call yourself a wrestler when those are your stats.
Well, he certainly demonstrated some wrestling to scramble out of a couple of those leg lock positions and managed to float over the top of his opponent for the entire first round.
There's our fighter performance rating brought to you by Rich Energy. You saw in round number 1, a dominant performance, the takedown, the ground and pound. Magomed Umalatov scores a 92 there. And the only way that you get 100 on that 1 to 100 scale, Kenny, is you finish.
That's right. He's doing quite well. He's doing quite well. He's passing his courses.
All right, that's a great way to start the night. Coming up, league action gets underway in the women's lightweight division, a clash between 2 PFL newcomers. Taylor Gargano out of Las Vegas is just beginning her pro career. She had a tremendous run as an amateur. And actually just last year, she made it to the final of the Invicta Bantamweight tournament. Her opponent, Elena Kaleshnik, is a Ukrainian boxing and Thai boxing champion. She's earned all 5 of her career wins with a finish. Here's a closer look at these 2 women's lightweight contenders.
I have a tattoo on my hand, and it's never give up. Whatever happens in your life, never give up. Everything can change in one day like this.
As an amateur, I went 9-1. I've fought people that are now in the UFC and Bellator, and have wins over those people. My only loss was to Ronda Rousey. I was just very, very dedicated back then. I had to take a little time off before I went pro, but I mean, I'm back.
In my country, if we say something, we need to prove what we say. But the most important, it's what I have inside. Don't give up.
I think that I'm very much an underdog going into this all, and I love having that mentality. I want people to overlook me so I can make a bigger statement.
Everything will show by who was more disciplined, who was more training, who has more motivation to win. I just want to show everything I got in this fight.
Professional Fighters League is live from Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, home to all 6 events of the 2021 PFL regular season. A quick reminder, time to go get your PFL swag. Go to shoppflmma.com. Use the code 2021 and get 21% off the season's latest PFL gear. That's shoppflmma.com. How about this? Last 17 days in the PFL bubble, fighters prepared for tonight in the Fuji training room. Built especially for the PFL regular season right here inside Ocean Casino Resort. Now we get to the league action in the women's lightweight division. Elena Kaleshnik representing Ukraine, Taylor Gargano out of Las Vegas, Nevada in the United States. I say league action, and if you're new to the PFL, you're wondering what does that mean, league action? Don't worry, we've got you covered. Kenny Florian explains.
There are 6 weight divisions, and each division has 10 fighters. Contenders will fight twice in the regular season, earning points in the standings for wins and bonus points for stoppages. At the end of the regular season, the top 4 fighters in each division will qualify for the PFL playoffs. The top 4 seeds then compete in the semifinals for a championship berth. And the season ends at the 2021 PFL World Championship. 6 title fights, the winner of each earns the belt and $1 million.
So that's how the league works. A reminder, coverage continues on ESPN with 8 more fights starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. One of the all-time greats, Fabrizio Verdu, makes his PFL debut against a 6'8" Shaynon Fajeda. That's our heavyweight main event. Also, 2-time Olympic gold medalist and 2019 women's lightweight champion Kayla Harrison looks for back-to-back titles as she takes on Mariana Moraes.
Well, I tell you what, I'm very excited to see what Fabricio Verdu brings to this final match. And an amazing guy. Obviously, I fought as an older fighter until I was 47. So I jokingly say he's got a few more years left in him. But really, it's about what's in your own heart. What do you want to do? And he wants to come win this title.
That's right, and the mindset, you know, again, I think he believes he's still in his best form ever. He's been adding a lot of elements into his game, hired a sports psychologist. He is ready.
And look, for every fighter, the pandemic and the delay was different. But for Fabricio Verdu, when we talked to him, it was beneficial for him because he could let his body rest up a little more, get in some stretching, work with that sports psychologist, as you mentioned. And the way that he has approached the time away has me especially intrigued with his PFL debut tonight. Now we're ready for some PFL women's lightweight action. That's Taylor Gargano. Randy, nobody knows more about this young lady than you. She trains at Extreme Couture in Vegas.
Taylor's here for a reason. Obviously, Ray Sefo trains at our gym and has since we opened a long time ago. Dennis Davis has done a great job with our amateur team. This is one more prodigy that's come up through that system that we created at Extreme Couture. We're very proud of her. She's got a ton of potential. Excited to see her compete tonight.
Kenny, this is a prime example of why you can't look at records to determine how good a fighter is, right? Because you can dig up what she did in her amateur past. When you're talking about her pro record, there's just not much there. Under the Invicta rules, a couple of the wins she had were counted as exhibitions, so they don't go down as anything official. Right. She's formidable, and she's got the skill, and that's what matters here.
No question about it. And she's surrounded herself with a great gym, great people. She's been around the sport for a while, and she's been training for a while, and that definitely means something. You know, she took time off, had a kid. She says that has certainly motivated her as well. Both her parents are athletes, so she has the right background. She has the background to be successful here in the PFL.
Dad played hockey, mom was track and field. She said there was no way she was getting out of being a professional athlete.
And her opponent comes to us from Ukraine, Elena Kaleshnik. Man, Kenny, she's an interesting gal. You know, a bubbly personality, but she flips a switch when she gets into the cage.
Absolutely. She's all smiles and laughs outside of the cage and all hands and kicks inside of it. She comes from that kickboxing background. She's from the Ukraine. She says one of her mentors, or at least one of the people that she looked up to, is the legend Igor Vovchanchin, who was certainly a legendary boxer in the Pride days. Yeah, she is ready to rock, man. She says, and don't underestimate my grappling for this fight.
Elena Kaleshnik representing Ukraine. There's a look at our tail of the tape. Kaleshnik 1 year older, 3 inches taller, but the reach advantage, at least in the arms, goes to Taylor Gargano. Lillian Garcia starts the women's lightweight season.
Ladies and gentlemen, the PFL is proud to have the only women's lightweight division, and their journey officially begins now. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. She is a striker. Standing at 5'6", she officially weighs in at 154.5 pounds. Making her PFL debut, she has a record of 0-1. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, here is Taylor Gargano. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, she is a boxer. Standing at 5'9", she officially weighs in at 155.25 pounds. In 8 professional bouts, she has a record of 5 wins, 2 losses, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Odessa, Ukraine, here is Elena Kaleshnik. Your referee in charge, Gasper Oliver.
We'll stick with Gasper Oliver as the third individual inside the PFL Smart Cage. Elena Kaleshnik in the red, Taylor Gargano in the black and gray. Points on the line. PFL MMA, the only true league format in the sport. Regular season playoffs and a championship. They get right to work in the middle of the cage.
Elena in the southpaw stance.
Throwing that jab out, tries to avoid the takedown, is able to shrug Taylor Gargano back up and press her against the cage.
Yeah, Kaleshnik did a good job of getting those underhooks. So it looks like she's looking for a takedown.
Head outside here, got to be careful, not leave your neck vulnerable to that choke.
Yeah, Gargano's got a nice hold of the neck there.
If you can't turn her and press her in the cage.
Kaleshnik staying calm, able to kind of get her posture back a little bit.
Elbow low.
Now that's a better position for Gargano.
Kaleshnik pulls away, throws a knee, and now looks for a toss, but Gargano's trying to climb right onto the back.
Gargano's got one hook in. If she can clear her head, she's going to end up on Kaleshnik's back.
Yeah, Kaleshnik's got to bail on that head. She should remove that left foot of Gargano.
Push that elbow for the head. Here you go. Keep climbing.
Here comes, she's going to crown her head out. There she's at. She's on her back. Always a precarious position in the standing.
Kenny, and this is one of those situations where you don't know who is really taxed more by a position like this, because it's hard to hold on. It's hard to keep yourself on someone's back. It's also hard to be carrying the weight of another human being, especially when they're able to throw some punches to the side of your head.
It definitely can be. Right now, with the poor posture of Kaleshnik, I'd say she's working much harder than Gargano. If she can get her head over her hips, she might be able to put a little bit more, or force Gargano to spend a little bit more energy. But right now, it's Gargano in a great position here, guys.
Trying to work that right forearm under the chin of Elena Kaleshnik.
Kaleshnik doing a nice job of hand fighting and protecting her neck, not letting Taylor get a solid grip on that neck.
If Kaleshnik can grab that left foot of Gargano, she'd be able to get out. She's avoiding the choke here. She can turn and face Gargano. She can get out of this.
She goes 2-on-1 on the right wrist of Taylor Gargano. Very difficult to extract your arm when somebody goes into that defensive posture. Elena Kaleshnik working from the bottom here. Gasper Oliver making sure she doesn't lace her fingers inside the glove.
Kaleshnik's turning the wrong way. She should have been turning to her right. She would have been able to escape. She's given up her back again.
First round here halfway gone, potentially 6 points still on the line in the women's lightweight regular season standings. 3 points for a win, bonus points for a stoppage in rounds 1, 2, or 3.
Gargano's got to pull that left hand out of that wrist rod and use it to soften up Kaleshnik with some punches. And there you go, on cue.
Yeah, absolutely. She's getting into an arm wrestling match here. She should be pounding away with her other hand. That's going to get Kaleshnik to let go.
Gargano still with both hooks in, and she's actually got her right leg double laced. Kaleshnik trying to peel off the back here. There's that ghost cam, revolutionary technology that allows you to see through the links of our PFL Smart Cage.
Yeah, start giving me some damage. Get the hand and start chipping away at her.
Good work here by Elena Kaleshnik, who's obviously in the defensive posture, but she's not letting Taylor Gargano get her arms free to do anything.
Oh, here's an armbar attempt by Taylor.
Gargano steps over, and Kaleshnik says, I'll oblige and keep walking around. Goes north-south to try and defend. Nice work by Taylor Gargano to stop it, and now
omoplata.
Looking at an omoplata, knees to the back from Elena Kaleshnik on the bottom, and she steps over into side control. Nice work to extract herself.
Yeah, that was an excellent escape, both on the straight armbar and on the omoplata. She went in the right direction for this one. Now finds herself on top, and she needs to score some points. She needs to find a way to start scoring some points here and get some ground and pound going.
You can see our Acronis fight tracker there, keeping track of where this thing happens, and it's been all against the cage. Nice left hands from Kaleshnik. And some knees as Taylor Gargano works her way back to standing.
The old school, stomping on the foot. It's a good way to get a person to move their foot. You're certainly not going to finish a fight that way, but you make them adjust their position a little bit.
Gargano pummels in. More knees to the belly from Kaleshnik, whose Thai boxing background shows itself here. We'll see round number 2 next on ESPN+. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, and Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage. Heading into round number 2 here in women's lightweight regular season action. Taylor Gargano in the black and gray trunks. Elena Kaleshnik, the Ukrainian, in the red. And we're going to take a look here at our fighter performance rating scores. This is exactly why the fighter performance rating is important. Gargano was on top for a good majority of that round, but she wasn't able to generate significant offense. So in traditional judging, it looked like a decently dominant round for Gargano, but Kaleshnik was able to pull the reversal and make something happen. Nice left hand to open it from Elena Kaleshnik. Good sprawl again against the wrestler.
Yeah, it seems like that first round has kind of woken up Kaleshnik a little bit. Gargano doing a great job of finishing that single leg, though, and gets on top.
You can see the FPR scores there. Close round, still the favor in Gargano's corner. And now she's on top of Elena Kaleshnik, who closes the guard.
All right, Taylor, what I need you to do, start giving some damage. Chip away. Chip away.
Taylor's got to clear her head, get some posture, land some better shots, keep her hands off the mat so that Kaleshnik can't tie them up. She does a great job of hand fighting and protecting herself.
Gargano almost surrenders the top position and allows Kaleshnik to stand back up, and a left hand for her effort. Elena Kaleshnik showing her striking here. Another left hand after the body push kick. Nice combination there from Kaleshnik.
Yeah, Kaleshnik did a great job of framing away and getting back to her feet here. And Gargano looks pretty tired here, guys.
Inside leg kick there compromises the balance of Taylor Gargano. And fatigue matters, especially if you rely on the wrestling, Randy. You don't feel up to taking and finishing a takedown attempt, that can get really dicey against a striker like Kaleshnik.
Well, let's be honest, stepping up into a big show, a lot of nerves, a lot of things going in to being here tonight in the Professional Fighters League with Taylor Gargano.
Gargano runs Kaleshnik into the cage, trying to finish this double leg here. A little hoist, and down she goes. Gargano once again on top.
Great job by Gargano to push through and get that takedown. Locked her hands up against the cage.
Gargano's got to clear her head, use that fence to her advantage, steer her hips to the left, stack Elena up in there so she can land some bigger shots.
Kaleshnik looks content to just hold here, control the position of Gargano.
Looks like Gargano left her mouth guard on the mat.
Ah, okay. Gasper Oliver allows her to get up, grab the mouthpiece, resets them in the same position, starts the clock again. 3 minutes, inside of 3 minutes, I should say, here in round number 2.
Gargano doing a good job of keeping her head right over the head or right over the shoulder here of Kaleshnik, which is going to make it very difficult for Kaleshnik to use the cage to get back to her feet.
Randy, it's often a matter of taste for the person on top, whether you want to press your opponent up against the cage or you like to turn them away so they can't use the cage to stand back up as we get a timeout here.
1 point.
Yeah, and I think in either situation, elevation is your friend there.
Watch your fingers. I told you 3 times already.
Okay, 1 point taken by Gasper Oliver for eye pokes because he had warned Elena Kaleshnik on these ground exchanges not to put her open hand in the face of Taylor Gargano. If this fight goes to a decision, that could be a really big moment.
Yeah, absolutely, very big. And I saw Taylor complaining about something, but I thought it was an accidental groin shot. And now maybe I was mistaken and it was these fingers.
I think at the end of this first round, you're correct. I think that's what she was talking about, but there was a protest from the corner on the stand-up from Kaleshnik earlier in this round because she was pressing an open hand into the face, and when you do that, occasionally a finger will slip into the eye.
Control your breathing for a second.
Gargano doing a much better job of staying active with her ground and pound, just kind of chipping away. There's some nice hammer fists.
Kaleshnik tries to kick her off, the up kick.
Back down, Taylor. Back down. Back down.
Kaleshnik doing a nice job of using her legs, getting her legs in the fight, protecting herself.
She gets back to her feet because of it. Gargano will look to bull her back to the ground. Nice work by Elena Kaleshnik to get up inside of 90 seconds in round number 2, and she's going to have to get some space to do work. Smothering pressure here from Taylor Gargano in the black and gray trunks.
As you can imagine, we spend a lot of time on this cage position.
Whether you like it or not at Extreme Couture, this is primary curriculum.
We spend a lot of time here, absolutely.
Nice step across.
Gargano not having it, right back in her face.
Kaleshnik showing a little grappling prowess there, trying to make that happen.
Little nice step across judo, throws her over.
30 seconds, Taylor. 35 seconds.
Gargano continues to pressure with the left shoulder. Kaleshnik unable to escape at the moment.
Great work, Taylor. Great work. Knee tap. Hey, she knees. Knee tapper.
Gargano doing a good job of winning that head position, getting it underneath the chin of Kaleshnik, keeping her pinned up against the cage with that shoulder in the armpit.
Nice work there by Gargano to free her own hand. These knees to the body from Kaleshnik. That's how we finished round number 1. Let's see what it does here in round number 2. Gargano's able to turn her back. And there's another one.
Again.
End of round 2. Elena Kaleshnik, Taylor Gargano. A grueling performance for both women here. Walk us through this, Kenny.
All right, guys, we have a great angle here on this eye gouge from Kaleshnik. As we roll it here, you'll take a look at the right hand, and if you pause it right here, that's that right hand, and watch the fingers go into the eye here. Watch this. That right hand, those fingers just right into the eyes of Gargano. Stop it right there. Ooh, that is just brutal, going right into the hands. Like he's getting all of it right there. Not a good thing, and that's why that point was deducted. Good work there from the referee.
It's a great idea to control your opponent's head. It's not a great idea to control your opponent's head like you're holding a bowling ball. Got to keep the fingers out of the eyes.
Yeah, you can grab the chin. You can't get your fingers in the eyes like that.
Elena Kaleshnik in the red, Taylor Gargano in the black and gray as we enter round number 3. Women's lightweight regular season action. FPR down there in the bottom left corner of your screen. A more dominant round for Taylor Gargano there. Nice right hand from Gargano after the inside leg kick from Kaleshnik.
Well, this round, Gargano looks to be the fresher opponent. She looked a little wobbly and fatigue maybe started the second round after that big first round. But she settled in.
Yeah, and that can be from just frustration of her getting back to her feet or getting eye gouged. And now she looks way more comfortable here in round 3. And Kaleshnik has some serious work to do here in round 3.
I think you're going to see a shot from Gargano here pretty quickly. I'm not thinking she's liking being out here in range.
She's accounting well for herself in the stand-up, staying outside the range of Kaleshnik's jab. Nice jab from Gargano there.
And that's what's going to allow Gargano to set up that takedown, get the respect from the hands, establish her range, level change, and get on that leg of Kaleshnik.
Checks the inside leg kick. Oh, nice left hand there on the little slip and rip there from Elena Kaleshnik. But Kenny, in round 2, we saw a lot of combinations. It's pot shots. It's 1 or 2 at a time here from Kaleshnik. She must have heard me. Oh, she
salto. Gargano does a nice salto from the double overhook position. Uses that forward momentum of Kaleshnik to finish the takedown and end up on top.
That was beautiful. Kaleshnik has this underhook, but she's not doing anything with it. She's just holding. Again, showing her inexperience here on the ground, and Gargano just taking full advantage of it.
Put your back on toward the fence. Work your way up from the fence.
Kaleshnik content to hold on, perhaps hoping for a stand-up from Gasper Oliver.
Taylor's got to clear her head, find a way to sit back on that half guard, create some elevation, and then pick some better shots.
Nice work there with the left hand from the top from Taylor Gargano.
2 minutes 45.
And Kaleshnik just needs to create some offense from here. She's not going to get anything going just by holding Gargano down. Gargano a little too experienced. She's able to swim her arm out of that and pound away there with that left hand.
Round 3 halfway gone here. Still 1 bonus point if Taylor Gargano can get a finish here. Or if Elena Kaleshnik can create a reversal and do some work herself. Kenny, she's hanging heavy on the head. We haven't seen it be an effective strategy here. What does she need to do with that left arm?
Well, Kaleshnik's left arm needs to swim and get an underhook so she can get back to her feet. If she can post with her right arm and start to build her base back up, use the cage to get back to her feet. But right now, that right arm of Gargano is in superior position. She has that inside line and not allowing Kaleshnik to do anything here. And right now, the onus is on Kaleshnik to get up. It's Gargano that's in the top position. She's chipping away, and she's staying busy enough.
Keep walking. She's trying to go left there, so keep walking that right leg up.
Gargano can advance position here. She can use her right arm to maybe push down that left leg of Kaleshnik and maybe advance into quarter mount or even mount.
There's another look through the ghost cam. There's chain link in your way. You just can't really tell because of that miracle technology.
Amazing.
1 minute remains here in round number 3, and Elena Kaleshnik does not have an answer for the grappling on top of Taylor Gargano. Does a better job here trying to frame the head away. Gargano says nope, and pushes right back in.
Well, she's got to use her legs. Her arms are only going to be so strong. The strongest part of your body are your legs. She's got to get her feet in the hips, try to frame away and create some space.
Absolutely, get those legs, those long levers back into the fight.
And with 30 seconds remaining, she's running out of time to make something happen.
Here we go, Taylor. Keep chipping.
A testament to what we said pre-fight. Taylor Gargano with what looks very much like a veteran performance here because she has that long history. She's been training forever, and this is a workmanlike performance. Sometimes you just got to get it done and get the win.
No question about it. Just smarter tactics and strategy here from Gargano.
After the 10-second clapper, pours it on a little bit. We go the distance in women's lightweight action. Our first regular season bout. Elena Kaleshnik walks back to her corner, fatigued. Who wins? We find out next as we take a look at our Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. Have you got your PFL fan tokens yet? You can vote on fighter bonuses and many other polls throughout the season. You can win grand prizes, merchandise, and once-in-a-lifetime experiences. All you have to do is download the Socios.com app and impact the action today. Randy, let me get some insight on this takedown here.
Well, she's in on that double, using the barrier, gets her hands locked, able to suck her hips up, change direction, use her head, and guide her right to the floor. Nice job by Gargano. There's the overhand right, slips that left hand and comes right in with her own overhand right. Very nice. Here, double overhook, salto, using that momentum of Kaleshnik to carry that all the way over the top and ends up in the top position. Very, very nice job. There's the eye gouge. You can see clearly the finger in the eye, using the bridge of the nose to try and move Gargano's head.
And we said that would especially be impactful when we go to if we went to a decision. We went to a decision here. Take a look at our fighter performance rating presented by Rich Energy. According to FPR, Taylor Gargano won all 3 rounds. Lillian Garcia has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 29-27, 30-26, and 30-26. All for your winner by unanimous decision and earning 3 points in the women's lightweight division, Taylor Gargano!
That win good for 3 points for Taylor Gargano, successful in her PFL debut. And with that, we take a look at our women's lightweight standings. Top 4 fighters advance to the playoff. Taylor Gargano, the first of our lightweight women to earn points tonight. And cage side, she embraces our president of fighter operations, Ray Sefo, and my broadcast partner, Randy Couture. Oh boy, earlier today, Clarissa Shields, little walk into the Smart Cage rehearsal. How about that? The best female boxer in history is part of the PFL, and I get to talk to her next.
The PFL on ESPN Plus has been brought to you by PFL on ESPN Plus has been brought to you by Presidente, drink responsibly. Geico, switch today and see all the ways you could save. DraftKings, an official partner of the Professional Fighters League. And by Rich Energy, sophisticated, smooth, and finishes clean.
Don't forget, coverage continues on ESPN with 8 more fights starting at 7 Eastern. One of the all-time heavyweight greats, Fabrizio Verdu, makes his PFL debut against a giant Renan Ferreira. That's our heavyweight main event. And two-time Olympic gold medalist and 2019 women's lightweight champion Kayla Harrison starts her quest for back-to-back belts against Mariana Moraes. Well, it's not often that I get a little starstruck when I get to talk to a fighter, but new to the PFL and the greatest boxer in women's history, Claressa Shields. I don't even know what to say. I'm so excited that you're coming over. Let's talk about when we actually get to see you inside of that smart cage. I know you walked in and you took some photos. When do we get to see you actually competing in there?
I have my MMA debut June 10th.
June 10th, which coincidentally will happen right here at Ocean Casino Resort. That is our next card. The lightweights and the featherweights will be on that one. Claressa, you've done it all, okay? Two-time Olympic gold medalist, world champion, undefeated in your professional boxing career. You don't have to do this. You don't have to prove anything. Yet here you are. I mean, we see you hitting pads there with Ray Sefo on the screen. Why the switch into MMA?
I really wanted to challenge myself. Just like you said, like I've accomplished everything in boxing. I'm 3-time division world champion, 12-time world champion. I think that, you know, right now while I'm 26, while I'm strong, while I'm fast, while I'm healthy, that right now is a great time to make the transition and just add more to my greatness.
Just between me and you, be honest with me. How difficult has that transition been? Because you're elite in the striking arts, but as you have learned, there's grappling, there's wrestling, there's judo, there's all of it. Has it been easy for you to pick up?
It has been easy for me to pick up, but everything takes time and patience and just repetition. So I've been in the gym, you know, doing a lot of wrestling, jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, of course, you know, adding to my boxing and mixing it all together and just actually sparring, you know. So I've been learning as each week go on, and we're sparring twice a week and just drilling. And I think that June 10th, I'll be more than prepared. I think I'm going to shock a lot of people.
I don't know how many people will be shocked if you're successful in MMA, especially knowing what you've done in the world of boxing. Claressa, welcome to the Professional Fighters League. I cannot wait to call the action. Thanks for chatting with me.
Thank you.
We will be back on ESPN Plus in just a minute. Welcome back to Ocean Casino Resort. That is our PFL Smart Cage. Still to come on ESPN, returning PFL Women's Lightweight Champion Kayla Harrison. She's undefeated in her mixed martial arts career. She has looked unbeatable in 8 career fights. After a big life change this offseason, she has no intention of slowing down.
My life has changed pretty much a 180 from 2019 until 2020, and not for the reasons that I think people suspect. Obviously, I won a lot of money, and I became a MMA world champion, all goals of mine, all things that I wanted to accomplish. But in 2020, I also became a mom. No, I didn't give birth. I became the guardian of my niece and nephew. What sound does a dog make? My mother had custody of my niece and nephew, Kayla and Emery, November of 2019, right before the championships. My mother had a stroke. I said, let me take them. I can do it. When it comes to do or die, and when it's that moment when it gets real, who you're gonna call? You call Kayla. You know, that's my job, that's what I do. I rise to the occasion, and I consider this no different. You know, I'm gonna rise to the occasion for these kids and give them the best possible life I can. It's so hard because I love them so much, and I so badly want to get it right for them. Like, I thought that I wanted to be the best in the world so bad. Take that feeling and multiply it by 100,000. Like, that's how I feel for these kids. I just cannot tell you how full my life is now. And I think that's made me, in a way, more dangerous as a fighter. Having them just gives me all of that more motivation. I want to put food on our table. Like, it's my job to take care of them. And I will beat the crap out of somebody if they try to take that away from us. Like, you're gonna take my belt? You're not taking my belt.
You just watched history, ladies and gentlemen. Kayla Harrison continues her streak of excellence.
My goal has always been to wake up and be the best possible version of myself, whether it's being a fighter, whether it's being a mother. You know, that is my goal, to be the best possible mom I can be, to be the best possible fighter I can be, and to wake up and be the best version of Kayla every single day.
The first ever women's 155-pound championship. Well, fellas, I don't know what you could say about Kayla Harrison as an athlete that hasn't already been said. She's been dominant everywhere. Olympic champion, PFL world champion, obviously all very challenging, but Randy, now she takes on the role of motherhood, which, in my very limited experience, seems like it's probably even tougher.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is a perfect example of the character that the mixed martial arts and combative sports build. And Kayla Harrison is a remarkable human being. It's that simple.
And Kenny, MMA is a selfish pursuit, ultimately. It's an individual sport. You have to make it all about you sometimes in camp. Kayla's not been able to do that anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be an advantage. You know, early on, she said that's what it was all about. It was all about her. Now she has some extra motivation, 2 other mouths to feed out there. So I think that's going to provide a lot more motivation and kind of bring out the lioness in her.
She will be fighting later on ESPN in our co-main event. Earlier action, this damage meter presented by CarParts.com. Kyron Bowen absorbed a lot of punches. Most of these were ground and pound. And then, of course, the big overhand right from Nagaman Umalatov spelled the end for Kyron Bowen. Showcase bout, maybe good enough. Turn an invitation to a future season? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, our Presidente knockout of the night is that showcase finish from Nagaman Umalatov. Jasper Oliver steps in after the overhand right. And that'll be enough, at least for the showcase welterweight. For Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, Lillian Garcia, Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker, I am Sean O'Connell with a reminder that coverage continues on ESPN. 8 more fights starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. We got one of the all-time greats at heavyweight, Fabrizio Verdu, making his PFL debut against the 6'8" Renan Ferreira. Also, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist and new mom, Kayla Harrison, who's the 2019 women's lightweight champion. She starts the quest for back-to-back belts, and she does it against a tough Brazilian in Mariana Moraes. If you want more, you got to come back with us on ESPN. Professional Fighters League action.
In this box, nothing moves unless you do it yourself. You want to bring the heat, generate passion. You want a ball? Start repping. Make a moment. Start swinging. So let's take this moment and own it. It's the return of MMA's league. The PFL is back, and it's more than a fight, it's a season. Let's kick it.
Man, he's taking a beating. Big slams. The Red King successful in PFL debut.
Here come the big guns. It's heavyweights and women's lightweights tonight.
Big punches from Kayla Harrison. Goldsoff must have finished Jared Goldsoff. Oh, and there's a right hand. You just watched history, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, victory!
We own this moment. The PFL on ESPN.
Shout out Wiz Khalifa, who's now part of our ownership group here at the Professional Fighters League. For the third straight week, we are live from Atlantic City at the world-class Ocean Casino Resort, home of the PFL regular season. Heavyweights and women's lightweights. Fabrizio Verdu versus Hayden Ferreira, and the baddest woman on the planet, Kayla Harrison, against Mariana Moraes. Fabricio Verdu is one of the most accomplished heavyweights in MMA history. He's won nearly every title possible, except one, this PFL championship. Tonight, he begins that mission. And two-time Olympic judo gold medalist Kayla Harrison already has a PFL belt, but for her, that's not enough. She wants to be known as the best fighter on the planet. Harrison is undefeated in 8 career fights, and now she's chasing back-to-back crowns. Welcome, fight fans. I am Sean O'Connell, joined as always by the Hall of Famer and legend Randy Couture and the MMA guru himself, Kenny Florian. And tonight, literally and figuratively, we have some huge fights. Randy, let's start with that heavyweight main event. Fabricio Verdu is 43 years old. He's been there, done that, won it all. There's no reason, he doesn't have to prove anything to anybody, but he's here chasing another championship.
Yeah, well, by my estimation, he's got a good 4 or 5 years left in him for sure. If I was in his shoes and 10 years younger, I'd still be fighting too. But this guy has literally won it at every level. World Championship, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a who's who list of guys he's submitted. Cain Velasquez, Alistair Overeem, Fedor Emelianenko, the only one to do it. I'm so excited to see what tricks he pulls out of his bag tonight in his debut at the Professional Fighters League.
We'll see Verdu in that heavyweight main event. But Kenny, the co-main, Kayla Harrison, she's collected titles all over the place as well. She wants more. She's never satisfied. And she's here tonight chasing back-to-back titles.
You know, when you have a world-class athlete and a world-class martial artist like Kayla Harrison, you don't want to give her a whole lot of time to learn and get better, and that's exactly what she's had since 2019. Time to get better. And we asked her, what's going to be different this year? She says, confidence. Yeah, confidence. She says she's even more confident than she was in 2019. She understands the sport. She knows exactly what she needs to do, and that spells doom for everyone in her division.
She takes on a very tough Brazilian, Mariana Moraes. And look, you might be new to the PFL. Maybe you don't understand the regular season, playoffs, and a championship format. Don't worry, Kenny Florian has you covered.
There are 6 weight divisions, and each division has 10 fighters. Contenders will fight twice in the regular season, earning points in the standings for wins and bonus points for stoppages. At the end of the regular season, the top 4 fighters in each division will qualify for the PFL playoffs. The top 4 seeds then compete in the semifinals for a championship berth. And the season ends at the 2021 PFL World Championship. 6 title fights, the winner of each earns the belt and $1 million.
So that's the format. And for the heavyweights and the women's lightweights, the season starts tonight. We told you about the main event and the co-main event. How about right before that? The debut of Muhammad the Motor Usman. His older brother, well-known UFC welterweight champion Kamaru. Well, Muhammad comes in as a favorite tonight. And how about Kayla Harrison? Huge, huge favorite if you're so inclined to wager. Those are our final 4 fights tonight. But first, it's a pair of heavyweight fights and a pair of women's lightweight fights. Some returners and some fresh faces, a nice mixture here. Goldsoff and D'Elia, the heaviest favorites as we get started here on ESPN. Randy, we've been wondering, okay, Fabrizio Verdu, he comes into the season, he's probably the favorite to win it all. But who's the dark horse? And a name that keeps coming up is Ante D'Elia.
Ante D'Elia training out of Croatia. We saw him a little bit in 2019. He had a broken hand and had to pull out, but man, we know he's good. He had a TKO win since then. Fights with the Crow Cop camp in Croatia. Prowess there. Let's see if a little of that Crow Cop prowess rubs off on Ante D'Elia.
And at women's lightweight, obviously the favorite is the returning champion, Kayla Harrison. Kenny, Jenna Fabian, the statuesque striker out of New Zealand, said, I need some time, and then I'll have the skills. Well, she got the time. Does she have what it takes in season 3?
Yeah, and Jenna looked great on the scale. She comes from one of the best teams in the world over in New Zealand at City Kickboxing. Eugene Behrman has been producing a lot of world champions as of late. Jenna Fabian, already a world-class striker from Muay Thai, and now applying those striking skills to mixed martial arts. She feels way more comfortable.
You're going to see those fights coming up shortly here on ESPN. But first, in the heavyweight division, one of the favorites, at least early, to be an upset. Dennis Goldsoff, Combat Sambo world champion. He's back after just missing out on a championship berth during the 2019 season. 10 knockouts, 10 submissions. This guy is good everywhere. But he's got a late opponent change to deal with tonight. Justin Willis was not medically cleared yesterday, so in steps Muhammad Dariz. Mo Muscle is 8-2 in his career, 5 knockouts. The big boys are coming up next.
The PFL on ESPN is brought to you by Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. Carparts.com.
And his opponent in the red corner, Jenna Goldstov.
The PFL on ESPN is brought to you by Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. CarParts.com. Get the right parts right now at CarParts.com. Rich Energy, the official energy drink of the PFL. And by Presidente. Drink responsibly.
This season, the PFL has developed a brand new statistic in MMA, the Fighter Performance Rating. After every round, fighters will receive a score between 1 and 100. But here's the important part. It's not just based on traditional MMA stats like strikes landed or takedowns. More importantly, the impact those actions have in the round is measured. The Smart Cage pulls it into our FPR algorithm, and there is the PFL Smart Cage, powered by Flagship Solutions Group and IBM Partners. Look for the strike speed, the arm strikes, the leg strikes, the total strikes, all of it tracked in the PFL Smart Cage. We start the heavyweight action tonight. Dennis Goldsoff, who really showed a lot in season 2 of PFL action against Muhammad Daris, who is a late, I mean really late replacement opponent. Randy, we've seen Muhammad Daris. He's incredibly explosive. What do you expect tonight?
Well, Daris is a football player, played in Central Florida. He's also a state championship wrestler out of the state of Florida. We've seen some very explosive moves and dynamic play from him in his showcase fight with that crazy knockout. That was a little scary knockout to see a guy that big with a flying knee. Holy cow. But,
maybe even crazier is when he celebrated that knockout doing a standing backflip inside of the Smart Cage.
Absolutely. This guy's very explosive.
But Kenny, he takes on Dennis Goldsoff, and this guy is a serious competitor.
Yeah, he really is. Goldsoff, combat sambo, world champion. Your classic stoic Russian right out of Central Casting. And I tell you what, he's one of the bigger heavyweights we have. But man, does he move well. He's very agile. He's fast. So in case any of their heavyweights think they're going to be faster than this big man, sorry.
Goldsoff incredibly well-rounded. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape presented by the Air Force Reserve. 5-inch height advantage for Dennis Goldsoff, who came in at 240 pounds. Only 2 inches on the reach advantage. Muhammad Daris, broad shoulders, long arms. We'll see how it plays out as the heavyweights start their season. Lillian Garcia gets them going.
Well, good evening from Atlantic City. We are live and ready for action in the heavyweight division. So get fired up, because it's about to get real. This fight is presented to you by the Air Force Reserve. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a wrestler. Standing at 6 feet tall, he officially weighs in at 257.5 pounds. In 10 professional bouts, he has a record of 8 wins and 2 losses, with 6 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Titusville, Florida, here is Mohamed Mo Muscle Daris. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he specializes in combat sambo. Standing at 6'5", he officially weighs in at 240.5 pounds. In 31 professional bouts, this veteran has an impressive record of 21 wins and 6 losses, with 20 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of St. Petersburg, Russia, here is Dennis Goldsoff. The referee in charge is Gary Copeland.
Gary Copeland makes it 3 muscular bodies inside the PFL Smart Cage. You saw the betting odds there. Dennis Goldsoff, heavy favorite against the late replacement Muhammad Daris. Daris in the black and gray trunks, Goldsoff in the blue touch of the gloves, and we are underway in the heavyweight regular season.
Goldsoff has a tremendous jab that he uses quite often. Watch for that.
Almost on cue, he goes to work with it there. Nice movement by Muhammad Daris. Randy, it really is a last-second opponent change. I mean, it was post-weigh-ins that Muhammad Daris had to step in. That's a big adjustment for both fighters.
Absolutely. Tough for Daris, thinking he wasn't going to, because Willis made weight, and then he ends up getting the nod. Also tough for Goldsoff to make an adjustment. He definitely thought he might want to take Willis to the ground not sure he's going to feel the same way facing Darius.
Darius has scored with a couple of leg kicks, one on the thigh, one on that low calf, and he goes for another one there.
Darius doing a good job of showing some lateral movement. He's not just moving straight on against Goldsoff. That would cause him to eat a lot of jabs. So far, that lateral movement really saving him right now.
Another kick there from Darius. Trying to bank those for the later round.
Darius got this fight on late notice, but he definitely has done his homework here. Taking away that jab so far. Oh, big kick there by Goldsoff.
Randy, we saw two versions of Dennis Goldsoff in season 2. Aggressive, where he was getting first-round stoppages, and then in his semifinal bout against Ali Isaev, a little hesitant, and that ended up hurting him.
Yeah, well, he's facing a gold medal, or a medalist, an Olympic caliber wrestler, and I think he was scared to let his hands and feet go for fear he's going to get taken down and smothered on the ground.
Goldsoff making some nice adjustments right now, guys. Instead of going with that jab he's been missing because of that lateral movement of Darius, now going to the body with that rear front kick.
There's another kick from Goldsoff and a jab right after.
Darius needs to be careful. He's changing levels, but it's not with the intent of faking a shot. And he might bend over into something nasty if he's not careful.
Right hand and a kick from Dennis Goldsoff. He goes up now, a knee. Goldsoff pouring it on. Mohamed Darius has the arms up, but he's definitely a little bit hurt.
Yeah, he's hurt to the body right now, Sean. He's slowing down. One way to take away the movement is to beat up that body. That's exactly what Goldsoff did.
I do not want to be Mohamed Darius' forearms right now, absorbing a few of those kicks either.
Well, that's the thing. You can block all you want, but any block you see out there, it hurts. There's another nice leg kick from Goldsoff.
Goldsoff mixing it up. That's the adjustment Kenny Florian was talking about. The jab's not working. The sequence gets changed, and now Goldsoff begins to score. Darius is smiling about something.
Tell you, when Goldsoff finds his groove, he really is pretty to watch. He's very fluid, he's relaxed, he's not forcing the knockout.
Darius still very much in this fight. Another big leg kick there from Goldsoff as Darius moves to his left. Oh, man, really ripping off those kicks. Dennis Goldsoff, that's the thing with this guy, Randy. He can grapple, and in the striking game, all of his weapons are dangerous.
Absolutely. 10 submissions, 10 knockouts. This guy's very well-rounded. We don't give a lot of, or enough credit, in my opinion, to these combat sambo competitors.
Oh, little question mark kick raised off the head there. Mohamed Darius appears to be a little bit wobbled, still here inside of 90 seconds.
And still smiling.
Another right hand from Goldsoff. And Darius turtling up in the standing position. Now Goldsoff drags him down, takes the back. Mohamed Darius needs to show that he's intelligently defending himself. Copeland is very close to the action here. Goldsoff pours it on from the top. Darius goes down to his belly, and that might be the beginning of the end with inside of 1 minute left.
Yeah, he's eating a lot of shots.
Over the top, Goldsoff pouring it on. Darius is on his belly. Copeland wants more action, and that's enough. Dennis Goldsoff with 6 points as he pounds out Mohamed Darius.
Good stoppage by a referee. That is not an intelligent defense, especially once you go belly down and cover your head. There's not a lot you're going to do from there.
Randy, in season 2, we saw Dennis Goldsoff begin his PFL run with a 6-point first-round stoppage. He does it again here in season 3.
Well, earlier in the round, here was Goldsoff establishing his range, picking him apart with the jab, then switching things up and going to the body, slowing down Darius in that movement. And that's the best way to do it. Anytime you get an opponent who's moving a lot, especially laterally, you take him out with leg kicks, you attack the body. And that was really slowing down Darius, making him a stationary target where Goldsoff kind of playing with his food there, and then later on, finishing the job. There's Goldsoff from that clinch, just pounding away with knees. Then just kind of leaned on him, bringing him or dragging him down to the canvas, and then just shot after shot. You see Doris belly down, not really defending himself or not trying to escape, and Gary Copeland forced to stop the fight.
An excellent Season 3 debut for Dennis Goldsoff. Time now for the Cageonomics Stats Bundle presented by Geico. A little bit of everything from Dennis Goldsoff, as you can see right there. We'll have an official decision and more action when we return on ESPN.
Red, you'll be over here. Yeah, just stand right here. I'll wait till it starts falling before you grab your wrist. You don't mind getting on your knees? No, I'm okay. You're on your knees in the fight, it made it easy for you to hit him. Yeah, you were covering up good. Unfortunately, once you went flat, you know, you couldn't defend yourself. Yeah, it didn't hand you. I gotta get my trick toes for this one. When I say watch the back of the head, you switch to the other side, so I just didn't want you to hit his back of his head. You did good. Good way to listen.
We'll have the FCS semifinals for you Saturday with the first matchup on ESPN at noon Eastern. Delaware takes on South Dakota State. Then over on ABC, James Madison squares off against Sam Houston State. Both games are also on the ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. We take a look at our fighter performance rating brought to you exclusively by Rich Energy. It's a score every round between 1 and 100. The only way that you score 100 is by getting a finish inside of that round, and Dennis Goldsoff was able to make that happen for himself. Strong performance from the Russian. Lillian Garcia makes this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 4 minutes and 21 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by TKO and earning 6 points in the heavyweight division, Dennis Goldsoff.
Kenny, Dennis Goldsoff starts the heavyweight season with 6 points. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was very, very impressive. That's why he's one of the favorites out there, showing a well-rounded game. Heard him, showed that killer instinct, and took him out in round 1, earning 6 points. That's huge.
Impressive to see him make the adjustments he made. Start using the low leg kicks, worked his way up to the higher kicks, and just really mixed up the combinations really well.
Top 4 heavyweights advance to the playoffs. You notice that Ali Isaev and Hatef Moel both with -1. They weren't able to make their first fights of the season, so they start with -1 point. Them's the rules, kids. For the last 17 days in the PFL bubble, fighters prepared for tonight in the Fuji training room, built especially for the PFL regular season right here inside Ocean Casino Resort. Up next, we've got a great matchup in the women's lightweight division. New Zealand's Jenna Fabian, former world champion in Muay Thai, who stands 6 feet tall. In MMA, she's 2-1, both wins coming by knockout. There's her opponent, Laura Sanchez, who turned pro after winning an amateur MMA World Championship in 2019. As a former NCAA D1 basketball player, Sanchez is confident that she has what it takes to kick off her PFL career with a victory.
I played college basketball at Western Carolina University. It didn't exactly go the way that I was hoping it would, but I still learned a lot just from my college years and developed mentally, matured, figured out how to go through adversity. I learned so much from basketball that I can carry over into MMA. Not just the physical aspects like footwork and athleticism, but I also have the discipline, the commitment, and the coachability. So the things that I learned being in D1 college ball was how much you have to be committed, how hard you have to work to be at the top. And while I said my basketball career didn't necessarily go as far as I wanted it to, that's okay because look at where I am now. I'm with PFL, one of the top promotions, and I'm going to be on ESPN. So I used all of those things that I learned in basketball to really propel myself in my MMA career.
The PFL is live from Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, home to all 6 events of the 2021 PFL regular season. We take a look at our women's lightweight standings earlier on ESPN+. Taylor Gargano was able to secure a decision victory, good enough for 3 points in our regular season standings. Top 4 women advance to the playoffs. And we continue at 155 pounds with these 2 tall strikers. Jenna Fabian out of New Zealand, Laura Sanchez representing the United States. Randy, we saw earlier, Taylor Gargano, a lot of amateur experience, translated well into the PFL Smart Cage. Laura Sanchez is hoping that the same thing happens for her.
I like how Laura Sanchez explains how all her prowess in Division I basketball translates to MMA, and I have to agree with that. I've seen a lot of people warm up in that cage. I've seen very few throw their foot over the top bar to stretch out. I was like, holy cow, this girl's tall.
Well, Kenny, that's one of the most intriguing things about this matchup. At 6 feet tall, Jenna Fabian usually has the height and reach advantage. She's actually facing someone taller than her tonight.
That's right. And also what makes it intriguing, it's Rufus Sport against City Kickboxing, two of the best striking gyms in the world. Of course, City Kickboxing in New Zealand have produced great fighters like Dan Hangman Hooker, Alexander Volkanovski, and Israel Adesanya, a pair of champions in their respective weight classes. And when you have that kind of room, it just increases the sharpness, increases the level of the room.
We take a look at the tail of the tape presented by Rich Energy. 6 foot for Jenna Fabian, 6'1" for Laura Sanchez, but Jenna still with the longer reach, at least in the arms. And those long legs Randy was just talking about, they give Laura Sanchez an advantage in the leg reach. Lillian Garcia starts us off.
And now it is time for the women's lightweight division. This fight is presented to you by Rich Energy. In the blue corner, she is a freestyle fighter. Standing at 6'1", she weighs in officially 155 1/2 pounds. As a professional, she is undefeated at 1-0. Fighting out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, here is Laura Sanchez. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, she is a Muay Thai specialist. At 6 feet tall, she weighs in officially 155 3/4 pounds. In 3 professional bouts, she has a record of 2 wins and 1 loss, with both victories coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Auckland, New Zealand, here is Jenna Fabian. Your referee in charge, Gasper Oliver.
Gasper Oliver oversees the action in this women's lightweight bout. Laura Sanchez in the black and gray, Jenna Fabian out of New Zealand in the red.
Fight!
Right to the center of the smart cage they go. Fabian in the southpaw stance.
Laura Sanchez immediately trying to take away that lead hand and that lead foot of Jenna Fabian. Trying to keep her left foot on the outside of the right foot of Fabian. Trying to establish her long reach.
Fabian in the southpaw stance.
Slaps a leg kick out there as the feeling out process dominates the early part of this round. PFL Mixed Martial Arts, the only MMA organization with a true sports format. Regular season, as you're seeing here, playoffs and a championship. Points on the line here, not only for a win, but bonus points for a stoppage. 6 the maximum if you can get the first round stoppage, as we just saw Dennis Goldsoff do in heavyweight action.
Fabian's got to watch out for that right hand and right high kick of Laura Sanchez as she walks down Fabian.
There's the right hand on cue. Fabian able to absorb most of that with her shoulder. Another leg kick from Jenna Fabian. Already some redness showing on the lead leg of Laura Sanchez. Nice body kick there from Jenna Fabian. You heard the grunt.
And those are the kind of weapons that's going to stop your opponent from just moving forward whenever they want. Nice job there by Fabian.
You don't want to be walked down. That's a great way to put it out there. Kenny, in striking exchanges with the open stance like this, orthodox versus southpaw, there's that head kick. Didn't quite get up high enough for Laura Sanchez.
Yeah, those go-go gadget legs of Sanchez. They're at it there. One way to cut off the cage.
As I was saying, open stance, the right hand or the left hand become the lead hand a lot of times. You throw that almost like a jab.
No question about it. You see Sanchez keep slapping away that lead hand of Fabian, and that will throw off your distance. You know, as a striker, you want to be able to establish that hand, or at least find your range, and Sanchez doing a good job of taking that away.
Fabian's able to grab the underhook and spin her opponent into the smart cage. Now Jenna Fabian goes to work on the body of Laura Sanchez. Knee sneaks up and through.
This is definitely where that Muay Thai background will come into advantage in this clinch. The clinch work in Muay Thai is very, very particular. They use that plum, that collar tie, and they are very effective at using knees. Obviously, no elbows in the PFL.
More knees to the body from Fabian. Double underhooks here for Laura Sanchez. Can she use it to work her way off? Not with the head positioning of Fabian. One of the interesting things here about a Muay Thai clinch like this, basically, from two female fighters, is often the advantage in flexibility. Kenny, you see, usually the knees are able to sneak up a little higher from some of the women.
Yeah, no question about it. And if you have long legs like Sanchez, those are the shots that are really going to hurt. You can drive your leg that much higher, that much deeper into the stomach of your opponent.
Cindy Dandois out of Belgium warming up, getting ready for her own fight in women's lightweight regular season action here for the Professional Fighters League. She's making her debut tonight. Temporary body lock there from Sanchez, and this time she is able to flip position, and now she's got Fabian pressed against the cage. Not for long, says Jenna Fabian. Nice body work there from Sanchez.
Yeah, Sanchez starting to take control with this clinch. She's winning the underhook battle here. Now Fabian back and putting Sanchez's back up against the cage.
45 seconds remain here in round number 1. Heavy pressure against the cage from Jenna Fabian. And she steps back and fires a right hand and a hook. Nice combination there from Jenna Fabian.
That's a smart way when you have the round ticking away to land that flurry. That's going to look good for the judges.
See the damage on that lead leg of Sanchez, that lead left leg.
Nice body kick again from Jenna Fabian, starting to figure things out here even at distance. Here comes the 10-second clapper. High kick attempt from Jenna Fabian, and we will see round number 2 next.
One of the signs of a more experienced striker is when they can put together combinations, not just ones and twos. And there's a beautiful combination there from the world Muay Thai champion.
Jenna Fabian in the red, Laura Sanchez in the black and gray. Women's lightweight regular season action. Sanchez waiting in behind the right hand and grabs this clinch again. Take a look at our fighter performance rating from round 1. Score of 55 for Jenna Fabian. Those points scored on that combination Kenny just gave you a replay for.
Double underhooks by Fabian. Nice control position against the fence here, trying to find ways to land her knees. And now she backs out again and throwing those combinations, punching her way out. I love that.
The breaking away from the clinch, Randy, is oftentimes where these kind of fights are decided. If you're leaning on each other a lot, it's the separation.
Yeah, and Sanchez really needs to be careful. That right arm is really going low, especially since Fabian's been attacking the body. And usually that's going to set up a big left high kick for Fabian. So let's see if she can land that. She goes down to the body, and then she'll probably go upstairs with that left high kick. So watch for that.
Fabian uses the right hook to turn the corner there. Sanchez tests out a body kick of her own. Touch of the gloves on maybe an accidental eye poke. They're right back to it. Nice body kick from Fabian, partially caught by Sanchez. And once again, we go to work against the cage.
Fabian doing a nice job of turning it right at the last second and putting Sanchez on the cage instead of getting stuck on the cage herself.
Sanchez turns the tables here. Did so with overhook control, Randy. That displays some strength. Oh, excuse me, underhook for Laura Sanchez. I'm on the wrong end. Body kick again there from Jenna Fabian.
She could be setting that trap, just like you said, Kenny. Drawing that right arm down, and the next one will come. Instead of going with the body, go right to the head.
Take a look inside Jenna Fabian's corner.
Head position, 5. She's going to try and turn you, 5. Head position, that's it. Good. We'll break her grips, 5.
Head position, breaking the grips, Randy. You know anything about fighting right here?
Never been there, never in my life.
You wrote the book on this.
Well, it's interesting because, look, a height advantage is usually a really good thing in a fight, but when you're working against the cage like this, it's often easier if you're the shorter fighter to get your head underneath the chin and use that as a leverage point.
It can neutralize some of the advantage the longer fighter will have in the leverage, especially a longer fighter that's good at pot shotting and landing that jab or landing those long legs.
Back and forth they go against the cage here, taking turns, grading each other against this PFL smart cage.
We definitely have seen improvements in Jenna Fabian's game. The in-betweens, the transitions from the clinch to the striking, that's where she's really winning this fight here against Sanchez.
Well, she talked about it in the fighter meetings. One of the advantages of being from New Zealand, they got the pandemic taken care of inside the space of a month and went back to normal. She was able to train with consistency and regularity down there at City Kickboxing. The Cronus Fight Tracker showing you that 2/3 of this fight are happening right here against the cage. Nice work by Laura Sanchez, who's starting to turn the tide a little bit, and almost on cue, Jenna Fabian pushes her right back against it.
You'll see it really has been a battle for both underhooks and head position. Who's ever winning that is winning this clinch and able to turn the other fighter and land knees.
Fabian's shortening her levers. Look for her to try and clear this clinch position and throw combinations here. I'm expecting her to back out and try and throw some more from there.
Definitely, this is where she's found a lot of success.
Fabian more than doubled up on the strikes landed and thrown, as you can see in our smart cage strike tracker at the bottom. The knees keep coming up. Body lock there from Jenna Fabian. Randy, how do you break that if it's you with your back against the cage?
Hey, double overhooks is tough to operate from. She's got to swim in and get one of her own underhooks, and then you can circle towards that underhook and change the position.
Separated back to the center they go. Nice combo there from Fabian. Sanchez able to avoid most of it. 10 seconds remain in round number 2. Points on the line in round 3. Nice hook from Fabian to punctuate the round. Time. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian back beside the PFL Smart Cage here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Round 3 of women's lightweight action. Jenna Fabian in the red, Laura Sanchez out of Rufus Sport up there in Wisconsin in the black and gray. And back to the clinch to start round 3. Head position there from Fabian as her corner is calling for. Take a look at our FPR scores from round number 2. Fabian banks her 2nd round in a row according to the FPR algorithm.
Jenna is definitely having success in the clinch, but Laura kind of is as well. And while I would think that, you know, Jenna is winning some of these exchanges, or most of the exchanges, I think she has the advantage from the outside. She seems to me, guys, to be the faster fighter out there.
And that separation is really, when they break the clinch, it's Jenna who's throwing more and landing a little bit more. Even at the very end of round number 2, scored with a hook. There's a left hand from Jenna Fabian. Sanchez just a little slow on the return.
Jenna doing a nice job of moving her feet and finding those angles to land those little combinations.
Jenna Fabian has been banking those body kicks with her roundhouse. Don't be surprised if she tries to sneak one upstairs to the head or neck of Laura Sanchez, who for her own case reaches out a left hand jab. Right hand attempt.
And nice pressure there from Sanchez. If you have a choice to throw a kick, you prefer to either be stationary or moving forward, way easier. If you're backing up, you feel like you're off balance when you're throwing those kicks. So good job by Sanchez to back her up.
And there you saw Sanchez dig and get that underhook of her own and circle towards that underhook and trade places with Fabian, putting Fabian on the fence.
Sanchez pressuring with the head. I hope the folks at home appreciate the grueling nature of these types of fights. It might not be the most visually exciting form of mixed martial arts, but it is one of the toughest.
Well, it's certainly a place I like to live, that Greco-Roman background. If I could get my hands on them and smother them there and make them work harder than they wanted to work. And I think if both of these fighters would shorten their underhooks a little bit, they'd be able to clear better and throw better combinations from that inside range.
And what's interesting in Muay Thai, you know, they're known for it's the art of 8 limbs, but, you know, they truly appreciate the clinch. You score more points in the clinch than you do with your hands, feet, knees, and elbows. So it is definitely an art form.
Separation here halfway through round number 3. Sanchez with a nice right hand.
Yeah, you can feel that sense of urgency from Sanchez. For me, I feel like she's down 2 rounds. Certainly the first round was close, but she's got to turn up here in round 3.
And Jenna Fabian might know that she's up 2 rounds, grabs these double underhooks, and walks Sanchez back against the cage, which she's had success. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Little cut over the right eye of Sanchez.
Yeah, and that's a big hematoma as well over that right eye. And that could be one of those that affects your eyesight a little bit as well.
See her blinking away some of the blood there. Jenna Fabian continues to work with these double underhooks and that body lock. It's just the first work has to be done in breaking that before anything else can happen for Laura Sanchez.
Absolutely. She needs to swim inside, get her own underhook, and then she can use that leverage on the inside and circle towards it to trade places or get free of Jenna Fabian.
Looked like Sanchez was trying to attack the neck of Jenna Fabian, but Jenna doing a good job of keeping her posture, and that might have been a headbutt, guys, in the clinch.
Accidental if so, according to Gasper Oliver. Jenna Fabian right in front of my broadcast position, pressuring Laura Sanchez. And she separates now, and a combination every single time. Now Sanchez trying to walk it down. She knows she's got to make something happen. Little exchange here, big left hand from Jenna Fabian. Damage showing on the face of Laura Sanchez. Oh, again!
Big left hand, wow! Sanchez is tough, and what a chin she has.
30 seconds remain here in the 3rd and final round. Women's lightweight action in our regular season. 3 points for a win, potentially an extra bonus point if we can see a last-second finish here in round 3. Continued to work in the clinch here. Sanchez is able to turn Fabian around. A separation at the 10-second clapper. An exchange. Once again, Fabian is able to grab hold Throws a knee, and that's the end of it. 3 full rounds in women's lightweight action. Jenna Fabian thinks she's done enough. If the blood on Laura Sanchez's face is any indication, Kenny, that might be what the judges think. Take a look at our Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. Nearly twice the output from Jenna Fabian. We'll see what we think next. Bundesliga on ESPN and the ESPN app on Saturday. 5th place Dortmund hosts 2nd place Leipzig. Dortmund has won 4 of their last 5, while Leipzig has lost 2 of their last 4. Match starts at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, but our pre-match coverage begins at 9. Jenna Fabian inside the smart cage as we take a look at the Rich Energy replay.
You see the lefty throwing that nice big high kick, hooks right up and hits her right in the neck. Nice shot, another left hand by Jenna Fabian. Here's you close the distance. Sanchez pressing the action. There's the headbutt that probably opened the right eye of Sanchez.
Yeah, and you'll see that a lot. Anytime you get opposite stance fighters, boxing, kickboxing, MMA, you're going to see a lot of those head collisions. Nice flurry by both ladies there at the end. What a battle. Nice left hand there by Fabian. Sanchez going to the clinch. This was a grueling fight.
Take a look at our damage meter presented by CarParts.com. This is where Laura Sanchez wore those strikes. A lot of work to the body with the knees from Jenna Fabian. And of course, the blood on at least several of those strikes landing. It might have been the headbutt that caused it, but not all that was happening with Jenna Fabian attacking Laura Sanchez's head. Fighter performance rating brought to you by Rich Energy gives all 3 rounds to Jenna Fabian. Lillian Garcia has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27 for your winner by unanimous decision and earning 3 points in the women's lightweight division, Jenna Fabian!
3 points for Jenna Fabian with the decision victory. It came all the way from New Zealand to make it happen. Nice performance there, Kenny.
Yeah, that's the way I had it. I mean, very impressive performance against a very tough Laura Sanchez who continued to move forward. It was quite the battle in the clinch.
PFL MMA regular season playoffs, the championship. Only the top 4 advance to the playoffs. Jenna Fabian with 3 points after that performance. How are we betting the fights tonight? Let's check in with Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker.
Well, thank you, Sean. Well, how we're betting them is how we are winning them. So far, my man Ian Parker has been absolutely perfect. Fabian cash, Gargano cash. Ian, what are we looking at in this next fight with Caitlin Young at -167 currently at DraftKings?
We're still going with Caitlin Young here. She is the elite striker of the two. As long as she can keep the fight standing and sitting Danois, she should cruise to victory here. With the experience and her leg kicks, she's got this, Coach.
Well, he was perfect last week, guys, and so far tonight, the man is perfect again. Let's see if that continues in our next fight. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Ian. How about this? Earlier today, Claressa Shields tested it out. Did a little practice walk into the PFL Smart Cage. We have a chat with the greatest boxer in women's history next. The second half of the PFL regular season kicks off Thursday, June 10th. Anthony Showtime Pettis in search of points and the highly anticipated MMA debut of the greatest women's boxer in history, Claressa Shields. Regular season then continues Thursday, June 17th and concludes on Friday, June 25th. And I'm lucky enough to have a chance to talk with Claressa Shields, who is making her MMA debut in just a few short weeks. Claressa, you're watching these strikers, these women's lightweights fighting here tonight. You already sizing things up?
No, I'm just really enjoying the fights. You know, I don't have to worry about them till next year, maybe, but I'm focused on my opponent, Brittany Elkin, for June 10th. But these girls who I've seen fight at the lightweight division today are tough, gritty. I mean, they all come from different backgrounds, and I'm excited to share the cage with them sometime next year.
Well, I'm excited to call your fights. And look, you've done it all in boxing. You don't have anything left to prove in the boxing ring. Why take a test like this and transition into a whole new sport?
I really just wanted to add more to my legacy of being the greatest woman of all time. I think that in boxing, I've accomplished everything. So I want to, you know, while I'm 26 and I'm strong and I'm fast and while I actually love fighting, I just want to try my luck in MMA and actually learn it and get in there and show them that boxers can go to MMA and make it and have a great transition.
Well, we saw you on tape inside of the smart cage. Obviously, you're very comfortable inside the squared circle. Are you starting to get to a point now with all your training where you're comfortable inside of an MMA situation, inside of a cage?
I'm very comfortable. Coach Jackson and Coach Wink make sure that. So we're drilling wrestling every day, jiu-jitsu, the kickboxing, and mixing it all together, and sparring has been going great. I'm just getting better and better every week.
Clarissa, thanks for chatting with me right now. I cannot wait until June 10th. Stay healthy. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Up next, out of Belgium, Cindy Dandois makes her PFL debut against Caitlin Young. Two experienced fighters squaring off for points in the women's lightweight standings. PFL MMA regular season, playoffs, and eventually a $1 million championship. More next on ESPN. Our next MLS match on ESPN and the app is Saturday. An Eastern Conference matchup between second place NYCFC and third place Orlando City. Coverage begins at 6 Eastern. We'll take a look at our women's lightweight standings. So far, a couple of decision victories. Jenna Fabian out of New Zealand, Taylor Gargano out of Las Vegas here in the United States. Each of them with a win and 3 points. We continue in the women's lightweight division with a Belgium versus USA matchup. Caitlin Young, Cindy Dandois. These are two experienced women. What do we know about Caitlin Young's plan tonight, Randy?
Caitlin Young with 22 fights on her record. She's won 5 of her last fights, or 4 out of her last 5 fights, I should say. She's fought with some of the best in this sport. Gina Carano, Julie Kedzie, Liz Carmouche, former champ Miesha Tate. She has got a ton of experience in mixed martial arts.
Speaking of Miesha Tate, Cindy Dandois is one of Miesha Tate's best friends, and she comes all the way from Belgium to try and make something happen. Kenny?
That's right, and just like Miesha, she's an excellent grappler, guys. She comes from that judo background, and you look at her last 4 fights, all finishes by submission, a variety of different submissions. First round finish, another one in the second round. She is very good at forcing you to play her game.
We'll take a look at the tail of the tape presented by CarParts.com. Caitlin Young, 2 inches taller, but the reach advantage goes to Cindy Dandois on both the arms and the legs. Dandois weighed in 2 pounds below the lightweight limit at 153 pounds. Lillian Garcia gets these ladies going inside the smart cage.
The action continues in the women's lightweight division. This bout is presented to you by CarParts.com. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. She specializes in Muay Thai. Standing at 5'9", she officially weighs in at 155 pounds. In 22 professional bouts, she has a record of 11 wins, 10 losses, and 1 draw, with 8 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Shoreview, Minnesota, here is Caitlin, the Striking Viking, Young. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She specializes in judo. Standing at 5'7", she officially weighs in at 153 pounds. In 21 professional bouts, she has a record of 16 wins and 5 losses, with 13 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Antwerp, Belgium, here is Cindy, the Battle Cat Dandois. Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
3 5-minute rounds of professional women's lightweight action overseen by Keith Peterson inside the PFL Smart Cage. Caitlin Young in the black and gray, Cindy Dandois in the red. Cindy Dandois gave birth 4 months ago.
Fight. To her 6th child.
We know she's tough. Two very contrasting styles here. Of course, the grappling game of Dandois taking on the striking game of Caitlin Young. Caitlin and Cindy both have a ton of experience.
What's impressive about Dandois, she's got 4 bronze medals in the Belgian Judo Championships. That means 4 times she lost that dream of being the champ and came back to get that bronze medal. That's resilience.
Nice jab there from Caitlin Young, firing away. Cindy Dandois waiting in, trying to grab a clinch or push Caitlin Young against the cage. Another double jab there from Young. Nice right hand there from Dandois. He tries to loop one over.
Cindy utilizing that shelling defense there. She just has to be careful with Caitlin Young going to the body as she raises up those arms.
Dandois grabs the head and throws a knee. Caitlin Young gives her a nice right hand for her efforts. Again with the right hand, Caitlin Young. Dandois is using that right hand to try and grab a clinch. Closes the distance. Footwork there by Caitlin Young. And against the cage they go, but it's Young in control. Trying to grab the tie plum here.
Caitlin doing a nice job of framing out and not getting that body-to-body contact with the judo practitioner.
Jab goes to work again there from Caitlin Young. Dandois will try and solve this puzzle and get hip to hip.
Yeah, as opposed to some of the wrestling styles that look for the clinch, you know, the wrestlers will look for that underhook, where a lot of the judokas will look for either the collar tie or an overhook to try to land a throw. So far, Caitlin Young doing a good job of breaking away from that clinch.
And there it is, that right hand turns into a clinch here for Cindy Dandois. Caitlin Young once again frames out and pushes away.
Dandois a bit unorthodox, almost a bit awkward the way she throws her punches. I think that's why that right hand keeps landing, because it's coming from a place and a rhythm that's much different than Caitlin Young is used to.
Absolutely. Round Young halfway gone here. Hook attempt there from Caitlin Young. Nice combination there from Dandois after another right hand from Caitlin Young. Punches in bunches might be the answer for Cindy Dandois to close this distance.
Yeah, Caitlin doing a good job. She's doing a good job of landing those combinations. I'd like to see her feint a little bit more to try to get Cindy to raise those hands up. Then it kind of opened up some spots for her to land some good shots.
Stiff 1-2 from Young. Another right hand and a left on the way out. Caitlin Young controlling the distance here as Danbois chases a clinch.
Yeah, excellent footwork there by Young.
Absolutely, nice footwork and angles by Young. I agree with you, Kenny. I think she starts landing some kicks and shots to the body and that lower body. It's going to bring those hands down at Danbois.
And there's that collar tie and a throw, but Caitlin rolls right through it. Danbois hanging heavy on the head. Caitlin Young says, nope, let's stand back up. Double right hand from Caitlin Young.
Yeah, Caitlin looking very sharp here in round one.
Under 1 minute to go. Danbois dogged in her pursuit, walking down Caitlin Young, but Young staying sharp from the outside. Here comes the 10-second clapper, closing out round one. Danbois and Young, it's a striking battle so far. Can Cindy close the distance and get this one to the ground in round two? We'll find out next.
Thank you. Stay back. Just watching.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian back for round two. Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. PFL regular season action. Caitlin Young of the United States in the black and gray. Cindy Danbois representing Belgium in the red. Nice right hand again from Caitlin Young. She's scoring with that. There's an uppercut as well. Fighter performance rating brought to you by Rich Energy. Caitlin Young gets a 40, Danbois a 26. Remember, FPR doesn't just traditionally measure the counted landed strikes. It's about the impact of those strikes. Are you affecting your opponent's balance, their game plan, visible damage showing? Danbois attempting to hang heavy on the head and create some sort of leverage to throw Caitlin Young. Young wisely pressing Danbois into the cage.
Yeah, that right arm frame is saving her there.
The judokas want to get their hips under your hips. If you force them to stand up straight, makes it a lot harder.
Caitlin Young obviously did her homework. That stick and move tactic that she's using, not allowing her to tie up, get an over and under anything where she can score a throw and get this fight to the ground is very, very effective.
No question about it. She's establishing that jab. She's keeping Danbois on the outside. And Danbois just hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities to finish any of these clinches too, because Caitlin has done her homework in the clinch as well. She's framing, she's creating that space. She's taking away that hip-to-hip contact from Danbois.
Danbois with the shot here. Nice sprawl from Caitlin Young. Danbois with the right hook as they stand back up. Disciplined performance here with the footwork from Caitlin Young. Not leaving any openings where Cindy Dandois can get hip to hip.
Absolutely, and that's where that experience really comes into play. It's not a whole lot she hasn't seen inside the cage.
Credit to Cindy Dandois. She's wearing a lot of punches, but on the forearm with that shell guard, she's able to keep the defense high. An exchange of right hands there.
Real problem with that shell guards, it makes it really hard to counterpunch, to throw a punch of your own when your opponent does step into that range of exchanges.
I agree, it opens you up to uppercuts and shots to the body as well. So far, Caitlin hasn't exposed that, but she has done a great job from the outside with that jab and that one too.
Inside leg kick from Caitlin Young. Dandois answers this one to the body.
And I think that's one thing that Dandois can do. You know, she doesn't have the same kind of boxing skills as Caitlin Young, but she could get some things going with her leg game.
She is in hot pursuit. There's no doubt about that. She is just stalking her down and trying to find a way to get close and close that distance to get her hands on her.
90 seconds remain here in round number 2. PFL action, regular season playoffs, the championship. Each fighter will receive 3 points for a win. You get bonus points if you can score a finish in rounds 1, 2, or 3, which means 2 bonus points are still on the line here in the second frame. Successful escape out, keeps that back pedal effective there for Caitlin Young.
Absolutely, picks an angle, moves in circles, does not move straight back, and allowed Dandois to continue to close.
Kind of a chopping right hand there from Cindy Dandois. She tries to make some offense happen.
Yeah, footwork really has been the difference in this one. Caitlin Young on point.
I can tell you as a fighter who is pretty dogged and moving forward, this type of fight can be very, very frustrating because someone with disciplined footwork like that, picking you apart as you try and rush in, makes you tired. Shot attempt there from Dandois, no good.
Yep, the best kind of wrestling defense is you never let him clinch with you. And Caitlin Young, her footwork has really been the difference here against Dandois.
10 seconds remain in round number 2. Caitlin Young continues with the 1-2s. Round 3 next.
Back up for me.
Professional Fighters League regular season action back. Women's lightweights and heavyweights tonight here on ESPN. Cindy Dandois in the red, Caitlin Young in the black and gray, and the story so far has been that jab and the footwork that goes along with it. Fighter performance rating for round 2. Young with the advantage there. Again, fighter performance rating measures not just strikes, but the impact of those strikes. Decent combination there. And now it's Caitlin Young going to work with the clinch. Couple of knees and a right hand.
Yeah, nice sharp combination off the break there from Caitlin Young.
Pulling her way in with Sydney Dandois. Caitlin Young plays Matador and sidesteps. There's that chopping right hand. You talk about unorthodox striking, Randy. That's exactly.
Yeah.
That's why you're seeing redness on the face of Caitlin Young as she scores an inside leg kick. Because the angle is strange, the timing is strange. Dandois not having a ton of success, but when she does, part of it is because of that unorthodox nature. There it is again.
Caitlin just has been much better at establishing her distance, moving her feet, keeping the proper range. There's another nice jab.
Yeah, the discipline on display to not get tangled up in Dandois' game by Caitlin Young is very, very impressive.
One thing about this backward motion from a striker is you're putting a lot of trust in judges to emphasize the fact that you're landing rather than giving credit to your opponent for controlling a cage and being the aggressor. You just never know. Clearly, as you can tell with our strike counter down there, Caitlin Young has the advantage, but it's not a wild disparity. The gap between these two women in the strikes landed is not massive because of the defense of Dandois for the most part, and she will not give up on this clinch. Finally grabs the headlock. Oh, wow. Finally gets Young down. Can she stay on top? Sydney Dandois grabs the guillotine.
Guys.
High elbow. Dandois squeezing.
This looks pretty tight here.
Can Caitlin Young survive it as Sydney Dandois yanking on the neck of Caitlin Young? 2 minutes remain. That's a long time.
Dandois is so good at pulling a submission out of anywhere. And it looks like Caitlin Young doing a good job of fighting hands there. She has her hands in place, and she's out.
She pushes her way out. Dangerous moment there for Caitlin Young. Excellent defense by the striking Viking.
Caitlin didn't seem to panic at all. She stayed on those hands, did a good job of crowning her head out of there and getting it out of danger.
90 seconds remain here in round number 3. Sydney Dandois still a threat. Another jab from Caitlin Young. And a jab right back from Sydney Dandois. That one snuck through the guard.
This is easily Dandois' best round. She's landing from the outside. She was successful with that takedown, almost turned it into a submission.
4 months since giving birth. Pretty impressive performance. The resilience is amazing. She just keeps coming forward. Doesn't seem to be tired. Her face, she's taking a lot of shots. Doesn't seem to have any issues.
Absolutely. Dandois, very difficult to put away. Continues to move forward. Caitlin Young staying very disciplined. This has been a very strategic fight.
An aggressive round 3 here from Sydney Dandois, showing some urgency. Pushing in once again. 30 seconds remain. Leg kick there from Dandois.
20 seconds.
Swinging right hand misses. Only 10 seconds left for Sydney Dandois to make something happen here. An exchange of kicks. Dandois grabs on once again. And that will do it for this regular season women's lightweight fights. An interesting 3rd round, Kenny.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously the corner for Dandois got to her because we saw a way more active and even more aggressive Dandois. I mean, she was aggressive throughout, but that was her most successful round, in my opinion.
Time now for the Cageonomics Stats Bundle presented by Geico. And this is what I was talking about. The total strikes landed, there's not a wild disparity because of that high guard from Dandois. How will the judges see it? We'll have the FCS semifinals for you Saturday with the first matchup on ESPN at noon Eastern. The Fighting Blue Hens of Delaware take on South Dakota State Jackrabbits. And then over on ABC, James Madison squares off against Sam Houston State. Both games also on the ESPN app. You can watch anywhere. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, and Kenny Florian. Taking a look at these replays.
Dan, there's Kaylin Young doing a nice job trying to pick her combinations, find a way to get through that guard of Dandois and land good shots. Most impressive thing is the footwork. She chooses angles, escapes well.
Take a look at the fighter performance rating brought to you by Rich Energy. Much closer round 3, but even with that submission attempt, Kaylin Young defended it well. All 3 rounds, according to FPR, in Kaylin Young's favor. Will the judges agree? Lillian Garcia lets us know.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27. For your winner by unanimous decision and earning 3 points in the women's lightweight division, Kaylin Young!
I'm actually surprised by the surprise on the face of Cindy Dandois when that decision was read. Kaylin Young, 3 points with a decision victory. Very disciplined performance there, Randy.
Absolutely. The footwork, the angles, doing a nice job of framing every time Dandois did. Try to get into that clinch and suck her into that judo game. And I imagine from Dandois' perspective, it's frustrating when you feel like you chase somebody the whole fight and then not get the decision.
Yeah, you can make an easy argument that Dandois was the aggressor. Kaylin Young gets the 3-point decision. Top 4 women advance to the playoffs. Regular season, playoffs, and a championship. Kayla Harrison in the Air Force Reserve prep point. She comes up later tonight on ESPN in our co-main event of the evening. Life has changed a lot for her, but she tells us that the dominance in combat sports, that will not be one of the things changing. Very much looking forward to her return to the smart cage. This season, PFL fans can vote on the fan favorite finish with a $5,000 bonus awarded to the winning PFL fighter. All you need to do is get a PFL fan token at socios.com. Up next, back to the heavyweights we go. Ante Delia, the Crow Cop protege. This man was in demand. Can Bruno Capalosa, the PFL newcomer, derail the hopes of the Croatian? Regular season playoffs, a championship, heavyweights next.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next fighters in the blue
PFL is live from Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, home to all 6 events of the 2021 PFL regular season. We'll continue with some heavyweight action, but how are we betting the fights tonight? Jonathan Coachman, teach me.
Yeah, Sean, we're also the home of the hottest capper in America, Ian Parker. So far tonight, absolutely perfect. But it's not just about picking the fight, it's about sometimes bringing the odds down. In our next fight, what do you like here, Ian?
I like the Croatian Ante Delija by KO. Right now, his odds are too high in the -500 range. We're going to bring it down to almost even money. Actually, -100. I'm sorry. The value is there. He's a great striker. He should impose his will and get it done.
Thank you, Ian. Sean, back to you, bud.
Thank you, Ian and Coach. We'll take a look at our heavyweight standings so far. Ali Isaev, the returning champ, Hatef Moil, they were not able to make it to their first regular season fight. -1 point is where they start in the standings. Going to be tough. They'll need a finish probably to make the playoffs. Dennis Goldsoff scored a first-round finish earlier tonight. He's got 6 points. Top 4 advance to the playoffs. Continue the pursuit of a $1 million championship. We go to a Brazil versus Croatia matchup. Bruno Capalosa is a PFL newcomer. Kenny, what do we think?
Well, you know, he spent the majority of his career at 205 pounds, likes the fact that he's going to be the faster man, or believes he's going to be the faster man out there. He represents Team Novo União in Corinthians MMA, and he likes this new weight class. Let's see what he can do against the big man in Ante Delija.
Thanks, bro. The speed advantage may be a problem, but Ante Delija, he's pretty quick himself, Randy.
Ante Delia's had 13 finishes, 6 knockouts, 7 submissions. This guy trains with Mirko Cro Cop. I think he's seen a lot of pretty good striking in his face in that training camp. Interesting to see how he deals with Capalosa.
Lillian Garcia starts them off.
Fighters from 22 nations are featured here in the PFL. And this next fight is in the heavyweight division, brought to you by Geico. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a Muay Thai specialist. Standing at 6'2", he weighs in officially at 234 pounds. In 15 professional bouts, he has a record of 10 wins with 5 losses, with all 10 victories by knockout. Fighting out of São Paulo, Brazil, here is Bruno Capalosa. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he specializes in judo. Standing at 6'5", he officially weighs in at 233 1/4 pounds. In 20 professional bouts, he has a record of 17 wins and 3 losses, with 13 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Zagreb, Croatia, here is Ante Walking Trouble Delija. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
Stay back, stay back.
Heavyweight action and the tail of the tape presented by Geico. 6'5" for Ante Delija, but an even reach because of the long arms of Bruno Capalosa. They weigh nearly the same. And here we go in heavyweight action. Delija in the blue trunks, Capalosa in the black and gray. Capalosa takes the center of the smart cage.
Both these guys are finishers. I'd be surprised if this one goes the distance.
Oh boy, nice. 1-2 there from Delija. The third with the hook just missed. Long, reaching, staying at range for the Croatian.
Yeah,
That's the high kick.
And Sean, I think you're right. I think Bruno's rethinking that whole I'm faster thing. Delija, very quick.
Check hook there. Oh, Delija trying to lose a maybe something. Wow. Bruno Capalosa knocks Ante Delija silly for a 6-point finish as Gary Copeland steps in. Wow.
Just as I was saying, Ante Delija might be the quicker man. It was Capalosa who landed an absolute flurry. Wow. Pinned him up against the fence, guys. There was no escape. Bruno Capalosa just teed off.
An emotional Bruno Capalosa celebrating a quick 6. TKO Ante D'Elia, wobbly, unstable. They put him down on a stool. Bruno Capalosa immediately gets on a phone call.
It looked like a FaceTime. He's got somebody on the line.
Bruno, who are you talking to? So far, 2 heavyweight bouts tonight. 2 6-point first round finishes. Walk me through this replay, Kenny.
My goodness. Some great flurry there by D'Elia. Capalosa says, okay, I'm going to wait for it to be my turn. Starts backing him up, starts cutting off the cage a little bit. Little fake there with that right leg. D'Elia returns. So far, it's all D'Elia. And Capalosa did a great job of feinting his way in, and once he found his mark and caught him, he never let D'Elia back in it. Shot after shot! My goodness! Wow! Big right hand, that's what started. It looked like it was a shot in the temple, which will take away your equilibrium. And then the left hand right on the chin, and a couple more for good measure.
I tell you what, Bruno Capalosa at heavyweight doesn't lack for power. Good enough, by the way, Kenny, for the fastest heavyweight finish in the PFL.
And 6 points is always huge and a great way to start the season.
Take a quick look at the Cageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. It's not always about quantity. Those were some quality strikes that landed for Bruno Capalosa, enough to get the job done. 6 points for the Brazilian in his debut.
Dá risada. Mano, ô, como eu entrei consciente pintando, hein? Rapaz, eu acho que eu quebrei a mão na cabeça dele. Nossa, Rônio. Você falou que eu não ajeitei sorteio. Ah, meu Deus! Vocês estão aqui, mano. Vamos cair, pô. A cara dele, dá risada, dá risada, dá risada, dá risada. Poxa, tem a panturrilha bem ali? Não tem bem a panturrilha?
Second half of the PFL regular season kicks off Thursday, June 10th. Anthony Showtime Pettis back in the cage, and the highly anticipated MMA debut of the greatest women's boxer in history, Claressa T-Rex Shields. Regular season then continues Thursday, June 17th, and concludes Friday, June 25th. Fastest strike of the night so far, strike speed brought to us by SMT. They were all fast, Kenny. Which one was the fastest?
Yeah, look at this, 22.4 miles an hour, and again, this is a heavyweight throwing that shot, so that's not good. Devastating shot.
Depends on who you are, whether that's a good or a bad thing.
Good point.
Fighter performance rating brought to you by Rich Energy. I've told you before, I'll say it again, there is one way to earn the maximum 100 points, and that is with a finish That first round finish good for 6 points in the regular season standings. Lillian Garcia, please make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 46 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by knockout and earning 6 points in the heavyweight division, Bruno Capalosa.
6 points? Where does 6 points and a 46-second first round finish put you? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's right atop the heavyweight standings. Even after Dennis Goldsoff's impressive performance, he finds himself in second place. Only the top 4 guys make the playoffs, Randy. Nothing is guaranteed here at the Professional Fighters League.
Absolutely not. And I think you're right, Kenny. I think those head fakes, that little turn in his hip over, it just kept D'Elia off balance. He wasn't sure when he was coming.
And if you're interested, a plus 400 underdog cashing there with Bruno Capalosa. Still to come, that man right there. And for the last 17 days in the PFL bubble, fighters prepared for tonight inside the Fuji training room, built especially for the PFL regular season inside Ocean Casino Resort. More action when we return on ESPN. Welcome back, fight fans. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian. Let's go back and take a look at these stoppages in the heavyweight division. Bruno Capalosa making his PFL debut. Puts Ante D'Elia on skates and doesn't let up.
Just
6 points.
Just a devastating shot, set up by the jab, but it was the overhand right, clipped him on the temple. Those are the kind of shots that affect your inner ear, throw off your equilibrium, and from there, he was stepping in potholes, and it was Capalosa who was looking for the finish. What a flurry. Excellent killer instinct, getting the job done. What a fight.
And that's the fastest finish for the heavyweights. That sets the bar. You can get a first-round finish, and you might still be behind Bruno Capalosa, because 46 seconds was all it took. Look at that. Blow some kisses, Bruno. The corner getting amped up. Why? Because their heavyweight is atop the table for now. More next.
The PFL on ESPN is brought to you by DraftKings, an official partner of the Professional Fighters League. The PFL on ESPN is brought to you by DraftKings, an official partner of the Professional Fighters League. CarParts.com. Get the right parts right now at CarParts.com. The Marines, the battle to belong begins here. And by Ocean Casino Resort, home of the PFL regular season.
4 fights still to come here on ESPN, including the main event, Fabrizio Verdu, Renan Ferreira, Kayla Harrison, Mariana Moraes in the co-main. And how about that? The debut of Muhammad Usman, younger brother of UFC champion Kamaru, and Larissa Pacheco, a heavy favorite, as she looks to work her way back to a PFL championship. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage. And man, we've seen it tonight. Fabricio Verdu, we're excited to welcome him to the PFL, but the pressure is on. 2 first-round heavyweight stoppages already, good for 6 points. Dennis Goldsoff and Bruno Capalosa said, great, Fabricio, we're glad you're here. However, I've got my own plans for a championship, Randy.
Absolutely, and he set the bar pretty darn high with a 46-second knockout. Holy cow. I'm sure Berduem's scratching his head like, oh my gosh.
You got to set up a submission pretty quick, Kenny, to beat 46 seconds.
Absolutely. You know, Fabricio's very good on the feet as well. He could surprise us, but yeah, getting a submission under 46 seconds, no easy task.
Conversely, in the women's lightweight division, we've seen 3 decision victories, quality performances, but for Larissa Pacheco, Kayla Harrison and company coming up, there's an opportunity to secure top standings in the regular season.
That's right, great opportunity for both ladies right there. Pacheco, very good on the ground, a submission expert in her own right, and Kayla Harrison, of course, wants to get it to the mat as well.
Pacheco says her conditioning is going to be different this time. We're going to see a new Larissa Pacheco, and I'm anxious to see her out there. She's a well-rounded fighter. She's got great skills both in the ground and in her hands, and we know what Kayla Harrison does.
Well, we saw some wild odds on those 4 fights that are still to come. How do we bet them? Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker have some guidance there.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. We talk about educating and entertaining all the time. Earlier tonight, we had several of the women, and we cashed those because they were below -200. We just told you about a knockout, but it was the wrong guy, but he was -569 straight. We wouldn't touch that. But now let's look forward to the later fights tonight. The co-main event, Kayla Harrison. Ian, she has -2,000. We can't touch that, so what do?
We're going to shrink that size down a lot. Not even -400 within the distance is good enough for us. We're going to take Kayla Harrison by TKO at plus odds. Her striking, she keeps talking about. She's got a lot to show here. Ground and pound will be the key. I say she gets it done that way, Coach.
I love the fact that she wants to show everybody that she has more than what we think she has or what she has shown before. Now, the main event, Fabricio Verdu. He is starting over in the PFL, but his style is not going to start over. What do you like in the main event?
I like Fabrizio Verdu to take over what Rory did last week. Close the distance, get the fight to the floor, and bring it to his world, the submission game. Look for him to use those strikes on the ground, open it up, and get the choke and get the win by submission, Coach.
All right, so we've got that for the main event. We have Kayla Harrison in the co-main event. But we also have a nice little package that we're wrapping up later tonight very, very quickly. Tell me what you have in these last 4 fights that you're putting together.
We like Muhammad Usman. We like Fabrizio Verdu. We already had Goldsoff in it. And Larissa Pacheco should get the win here. We just talked about her cardio, her submission game against an inexperienced fighter. That will wrap up the parlay, Coach.
We got you set for the next 2 hours on ESPN. For now, though, Sean, let's send it back to you at Smart Cage Side.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Duck, Ian Parker. The action continues when we return on ESPN. Welcome back to Professional Fighters League action. At 43 years old, Fabricio Verdu has accomplished nearly everything in the sport of MMA. Now he's after a PFL title, and he sacrificed a lot in pursuit of that goal. His family is back in his home of Brazil. Verdu hunkered down in California with all of his focus on a new mission.
PFL champion. This is my big goal. I have a huge house in Brazil, but stay here for 2 months and a half. You have one reason. I want to be a champion yet. This is my goal now. This is why I'm stay just by myself. It's not easy. It's very hard, you know. It's okay when you see your family in FaceTime, but it's different when you stay with your family. You know, you're training. You just come back to your home, your wife cook for you. It's different. It's so hard, but I want to be a champ again. This is why I'm here now, because I need this focus in the fight. My focus for sure is the next fight I have it, May 6th, but my focus is all the season. You know, I don't think about just one fight. For sure, step by step. Sometimes you have injuries, a lot of injuries, you know, in the training, but this time, 0 injuries, nothing. I'm like a 100%. This is my big goal, the season, to be a champion. I have money, I have everything, but I'm not finishing my career yet. But I want to finish strong. You have to believe that I have a sacrifice to make your goal. I want to put one more belt on my wall, you know, I want to put the PFL belt on my wall. After that, I'm okay.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian. Randy, look, there's not much else you could say about the accomplishments of Fabricio Verdu inside of the mixed martial arts arena. He's got a bunch of championships, but he doesn't have a PFL championship. And he said, you know what? I want one of those. So he's here at 43 years of age.
Well, it's interesting, and it's a tough thing to walk away from. Fighting has been a big part of his identity for a very, very long time. You don't just turn that off with a switch. I think he's set his goals. He wants to come out here and win another championship.
And Kenny, he's never participated in a regular season playoff championship format. And we saw the heavyweight scoring big points earlier tonight. Does that alter what we see from Fabrizio Verdu in our main event?
It might, but I think for Fabricio, the main thing is staying focused on this fight that's ahead of him. No easy task against Tejeda. For him, he has to do what's going to get him the win. I think he's got to get to the clinch, bring this fight to the ground. You know, he's seen a lot inside the cage, and when I'm looking at a lot of fighters who've had a lot of fights, you look for that focus, and Fabricio has that right now.
Look, you brought up his opponent, Renan Ferreira. He is 6 feet 8 inches tall. This young man is a finishing machine. 6 of his wins have come inside the limit. Tonight he hopes to continue that trend against the man he's idolized throughout his career.
Sim, sempre acompanhei o Verdun, um grande campeão, né? Deu muitas alegrias para o nosso país, para o Brasil, e continua dando. Então, um grande ídolo. O Verdun é um cara muito versátil, né? Tem muitas armas, já lutou com um cara grande e é um cara que trabalha tanto bem na parte de trocação quanto na parte de grappling. Então eu estou preparado para todas as áreas. Eu tô muito feliz em poder enfrentar um cara desse nível, poder me testar, e tô muito feliz com essa oportunidade de enfrentar um grande campeão, um multicampeão, né? E tô pronto para dar o meu melhor e sair com essa vitória.
Kenny, we make a big deal out of Fabricio Verdu's grappling prowess. He's going up against a 6 foot 8 inch striker who's got a black belt himself. Fabricio's no slouch in any area. How does it actually play out in the main event?
Well, you just don't see a whole lot of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts that are 6 foot 8 inches tall, dealing with those frames, understanding how to control those levers and all that stuff is no easy task. Fabricio's seen a lot in there, but this is still going to be a big man to move around the cage.
Randy, you have a big win over a much taller opponent. Iconic. How does Fabricio get it done?
Well, I think he's got the right idea. He's going to have to fight his way into that clinch, find a way to trip him, get him to the ground, work from the top position, damage him, and make him uncomfortable, and then find a way to find a submission. So, no small task. Tim Sylvia was 6 foot 8. I understand what it looks like standing in front of a guy that dang big.
We can speculate all we want, but we find out in the main event tonight on PFL.
The PFL is back, and it's more than a fight, it's a season.
Wiz Khalifa is now part of the ownership group here at PFL. I'm happy to tell you that. We've already had a lot of action here on ESPN. Women's lightweights and heavyweights. Earlier tonight, Jenna Fabian, Caitlin Young, Taylor Gargano all secured decision victories. 3 points apiece for each of those ladies in our playoff standings. Top 4 advance and get to continue their pursuit of a $1 million Professional Fighters League championship. Coming up, Larissa Pacheco and Yulia Pajic. Pacheco, a finalist against Kayla Harrison in season 2. They actually fought twice. Both times Pacheco pushed Harrison to a decision. She thinks she has what it takes this year to actually get the victory. And Julia Pajic, 6 feet tall, the Balkan representing Montenegro. She's tall. She actually, in a recent fight, fought an intergender match and fought against a man, Randy Couture. But she wants to be known for more than that. She feels like now is the time that she puts her full mixed martial arts display on a big stage.
I think she's finding the fact that not many people know much about her very comfortable. That makes her an underdog, which sometimes takes the pressure off. She can go out, let it hang out with no expectation and do what she trained to do, which is important.
It's a tough test to make a debut against someone as well-rounded as Larissa Pacheco, Kenny.
Yeah, that's right. Pacheco has a ton of experience. She's been fighting and training in mixed martial arts since she was 15 years old, and I think we're going to see the best version of her yet tonight.
She's still young, has a ton of experience. Larissa Pacheco, Julia Pajic. Actually, Kayla Harrison said she expects to face Larissa Pacheco in the final again this season. But before that can happen, Pacheco must defeat Julia Pajic out of Montenegro. She's currently undefeated, but she's only had 3 professional fights. So Pacheco has the advantage in experience and the benefit of having competed in the 2019 PFL season.
Que viesse primeiro não tinha muita importância de que estilo seria. E eu busquei treinar tudo, exatamente tudo. E eu me mantenho assim. Eu não tinha continuidade, né, nas lutas. Eu sempre passava muito tempo para lutar, de uma luta para outra, sempre muito tempo. Então, lutar 4 vezes no ano para mim foi ótimo. Eu precisava disso de novo. Seguindo e me mantendo forte, mantendo treinando, focada e com intenção de ganhar. Eu vou conseguir botar uma mão boa, vou conseguir derrubar e conseguir finalizar. Senão até nocautear. O jogo dela pra mim não é um jogo difícil. Mas eu sei que o meu jogo é muito mais completo que o dela.
And there is Larissa Pacheco. Told us she's in much better shape this year. You saw in that piece how much weight training she's been doing. She feels strong, and she doesn't want to be known as the woman who pushed Kayla Harrison. She wants to be known as the woman who beat Kayla Harrison, took home a belt, and obviously a $1 million prize. It's a tough task. Is she up to it, Ken?
Well, I think she is. I mean, you can see it. There's a huge difference in her physique as you saw her on the scale. You can see it right there. She's in way better shape. And, you know, when we asked her, I said, hey, listen, what would this $1 million prize do for you? She said, I'm not even focused on that. My focus is being the best women's fighter in the 155-pound division. That's what I'm focused on.
She comes into the cage with a lot of experience, Randy. Her opponent, not nearly as much. But undefeated, Julia Pajic can really prove something tonight if she can get over on Larissa Pacheco.
She's got 1 first-round knockout, 2 submissions, so she definitely has some skills, both in the standing and on the ground. 6 foot tall, that's going to be a tough one to get through as well. Hopefully she uses that jab, keeps Pacheco off of her, and manages to find a way to win.
With that, we take a look at the tail of the tape presented by the Marine Corps. As Randy mentioned, Pajic out of Montenegro, 6 feet tall. Pacheco comes in at 5'6", but pretty close in the reach. At least the arms, the distinct leg reach advantage goes to the much taller Julia Pajic. Lillian Garcia starts these women off.
And now we head back to the PFL Smart Cage for the women's lightweight division. This bout is presented by the Marine Corps. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, she is a striker. Standing at 6 feet tall, she officially weighs in at 155 3/4 pounds. She makes her PFL debut with an undefeated record of 3-0. Fighting out of Frankfurt, Germany, and representing Montenegro, here is Julia Pajic! Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, she is a jiu-jitsu practitioner. Standing at 5'6", she officially weighs in at 155 1/4 pounds. In 17 professional bouts, she has a record of 13 victories and 4 defeats, and was your 2019 PFL Women's Lightweight runner-up. Fighting out of Manitoba, Brazil, here is Larissa Pacheco! Your referee in charge, Gasper Oliver.
Gasper Oliver oversees the action. 3 5-minute rounds of professional women's lightweight professional fighters league regular season points on the line. Touch of the gloves. Pajic in the head. Gets a big left hook from Larissa Pacheco, who goes right to work, landing in the mount, pounding away immediately. It looks like Pajic has recovered somewhat. Right hands raining down. Larissa Pacheco looking to make quick work of Julia Pajic.
That was a brutal left hook that started it all. She's in the mount, one of the most powerful positions in grappling, and she's looking to finish what she started.
No feeling out process at all. Center of the cage, touching the gloves, and rips a left hand. Pacheco heavy on top. Pajic is going to be stuck under here for potentially a full 4 minutes. Gasper Oliver, the corner throws in the towel, it's over. Julia Pajic dispatched. Larissa Pacheco, quick 6, and back on track. Unbelievable performance from Larissa Pacheco.
Nice, quick 1-2-3 combination. That hook dropped her, landed sharp, followed it right to the mount position. Very, very dominant performance. That's a heck of a welcome to the PFL right there.
And Larissa Pacheco still bouncing around. She wants more, she's not done. Inside of 1 minute, she gets a 6-point finish. Kenny, here it is in full speed.
Oh my goodness, that left hook. Just absolute brutality here, and Pacheco just never took her foot off the pedal. Shot after shot, a bunch of right hands, which forced a serious dilemma for Pajic. She either turned her back, give up the choke, or just continually eat shots. And Pacheco, just relentless. Big power there in that left hook, and those left hooks are tricky. They leave the eye line, you don't see them, and that really surprised Pajic.
Credit to Pacheco. Even after the big knockdown, she makes sure she secures top position in the mount first, stays heavy, doesn't give any breathing room to Julia Pajic. The experience showed there. A quick 6 for Larissa Pacheco. Take a look at the Cageonomics stats bundle presented by our friends at Geico. Big left hook and then a bunch of strikes on the ground for Julia Pajic. She'll have to go back to the drawing board. Didn't get a chance to do much in her debut. Larissa Pacheco with a statement. Bundesliga on ESPN and the ESPN app Saturday. Fifth place Dortmund hosts second place Leipzig. Dortmund has won 4 of their last 5. Leipzig has lost 2 of their last 4. The match starts at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Pre-match coverage begins at 9. Fighter performance rating brought to you by Rich Energy. Julia Pajic, all she had a chance to do was throw out kind of a searching jab. blitzed by Larissa Pacheco for a fast finish. In fact, Randy, the fastest finish we've had so far in the women's lightweight division in PFL.
Yeah, amazing combination, very accurate. Double jab, follows with a right hand, and then that left hook, and that left hook set her right on her behind. She followed it up, climbed right into mount position, secured that position well, and then just kept raining them down.
Kenny, we talked about it just a couple of minutes ago. 3 decision victories for the women earlier. If you got to finish tonight, you were going to secure yourself top of the standings potentially, and those 6 points put Larissa Pacheco there for now.
No question about it. I think Pacheco saw an opportunity here to go out there, get a quick finish. She did exactly that, landed a beautiful combination on the feet, finished the job on the ground, and that's the way to start it. And we're seeing that strength and conditioning pay off.
Larissa Pacheco will make this one official. Excuse me, Lillian Garcia will make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 51 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by TKO and earning 6 points in the women's lightweight division, Larissa Pacheco.
We'll take a look at the women's lightweight standings after that impressive performance. Good enough for 6 points, obviously, in our PFL regular season playoffs championship. Well, the top 4 women advanced to the playoffs, and right now, Larissa Pacheco has 6 points and top position. Still to come, Kayla Harrison, who beat Larissa Pacheco twice. We'll take a look at the fastest punches, strike speed powered by our friends at SMT. Larissa Pacheco wasted no time. Big hook, and then the ground and pound was equally formidable. We're making a big deal out of the hook, Kenny, but these were no easy little taps on the ground.
No question about it. She's got gravity on her side there, just pounding away with right hand after right hand. Wow. And the way that she entered into that combination, utilizing that jab, wow, what a performance from Pacheco.
She's a jiu-jitsu specialist, by the way.
Yeah.
Top 5 fighter strike speeds tonight. Bruno Capalosa, we saw that. TKO. Dennis Goldsoff earlier with a 6-point finish. Jenna Fabian, the world champion kickboxer. You know she's going to have fast hands. Larissa Pacheco, she generates speed and power. And Caitlin Young with a disciplined performance. That jab was fast tonight, man. This has been amazing so far.
That's very impressive. Did they measure you swatting my hand away when I tried to steal your sandwich? That's got to be 30, 40 miles an hour.
That's way faster than any of this amateur stuff. Well, look, we're very excited to welcome one of the best combat sports athletes in history to the PFL Smart Cage. Claressa Shields tested out a little cage walk earlier, felt the canvas. She's set to make her MMA debut June 10th. And she's watching a couple of women that are putting on pretty impressive performances themselves. Claressa, we just saw from Larissa Pacheco a double jab, straight right to the body, and then the big left hook. That's got to make you proud. That's a real boxing combination.
It was a double right hand, it was a double jab right hand hook. That's to put her down. But, I mean, that was excellent. She got power, she got speed. I love watching that fight there.
Pretty incredible for us to watch it as well. And you are set to make your mixed martial arts debut coming up on June 10th. Is that the kind of striking we should expect to see on display?
My striking will be a lot better, but yeah. You definitely see some good striking. And I'm gonna go out there and do what I have to do to win. So, like, that just motivated me to go out there and just compete on a high level like them. But she's been the most impressive tonight that I've seen.
Claressa, are you taking requests? Can I get like a high kick? Can I get some knees in there? I want to see the boxing on display, but I also want to see the full package you've been working on.
You're definitely gonna get a W. If I can say for right now.
All right, you know, not giving anything away, but that's fine. Claressa Shields very excited to call that fight. June 10th is just a few weeks away. Stay healthy, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Coming up next, another highly anticipated debut. Muhammad Usman, younger brother of UFC champion Kamaru, takes on a tough Army veteran in Brandon Sales. This is the biggest fight of the night, and I mean literally the largest fight of the night. A lot of beef in the cage when we come back on ESPN. Welcome back to Professional Fighters League action. There is Brandon Sales, a Hawaii native, current U.S. Army sergeant. He's earned all of his career wins by stoppage. And the man of war wants to prove that his 18 years in the military will give him an edge over anybody.
I got involved in mixed martial arts a couple years into my enlistment in the Army. I had a buddy who was into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, kind of introduced me into combatives. I've been doing it ever since. I was deployed a couple of times on Operation Enduring Freedom. Can't really tell you where it was, but anywhere from a year to 15 months at a time. I'm here to showcase my skill set, put my best foot forward, and show, basically what guys in the Army or the military in general work on every single day, as not necessarily in a sport aspect, but, in a life-saving capacity to increase lethality for our soldiers, to make sure we come home safe when we go down range.
Brandon Sales, Army veteran. It's been a minute since he's been in the cage, but man, this guy's big and tough.
He is a huge man, Hawaiian descent, 340 pounds he came down from to make the 265 limit. He's an E7 Sergeant First Class, 18 years active duty, still active, teaches combatives down at Fort Benning, Georgia. I've been to that combative school several times and seen Brandon there. I am very excited to see him compete this evening.
Kenny, part of the mixed martial arts life is staying in training constantly. This is, for Brandon Sales, it's not about, oh, I got a fight coming up, I better get back in shape. This is a guy who's in combatives training every day.
Absolutely, he lives that warrior lifestyle, and again, just amazing having a guy like him who has represented our country, has defended us, and true patriot right there.
But what about his opponent? Well, there he is. Muhammad Usman, joined by his older brother, UFC welterweight champion Kamaru. The younger Usman is carving out a similar path of excellence for himself since he turned pro in 2017. Usman hoped to pursue an NFL career after he played D1 college football at Arizona. But now he's turned to MMA as he looks to keep the family momentum going in his PFL debut.
Like that big brother, little brother syndrome. I looked at my big brother and seen him having success in MMA, and I told myself, why can't I not have success in MMA? I'm plenty athletic, plenty strong, fast, and I started doing it, and I realized that this sport was really made for us. My brother's accomplishments, I put them on me because it's our last name. You know, when I step out there, I'm stepping out there for my mom, my dad, my brothers, my sister, you know, my son. My brother, what he's doing over there in the UFC, and you know, Francis and all my other brothers, what they're doing, it made sense for me to come over here and build my own platform in the PFL and build my reign here. My whole life's work has came up to this point now. You know, I thought I was gonna be in the NFL, make a lot of money. Those dreams got cut off, but you know, I look at it like God is blessing me with another opportunity to come out here now and be on a big stage and make it happen. So when I get in that cage, they're gonna feel my life's work.
Muhammad Usman brings a lot of athleticism, a lot of intensity and focus into the PFL smart cage, Kenny.
That's right, just like Sales, he's a guy that's easy to like, a guy who has experienced tragedy outside of the cage, losing his 2-year-old son to a horrible drowning accident. He said he's fighting for his son. And with all those things that he's experienced, his perspective, his mindset of how he's been able to deal with that, for me, he could lose his next 30 fights in a row. He has a champion mindset, in my opinion. Can't wait to see him compete tonight.
We're all familiar with his brother Kamaru. This is an athletic family. He played Division I college football. His brother played Division I college soccer. This is a very athletic family.
Muhammad Usman making his PFL debut. And look, we told you before that the heavyweight standings, it's a crowded spot at the top. 6 points for Bruno Capalosa, 6 points for Dennis Goldsoff. Those are first round finishes in the PFL regular season. If Brandon Sales and Muhammad Usman want to find themselves sliding into first place, they got to get in 45 seconds or so. One more look at Brandon Sales pacing. And his opponent, Muhammad Usman. And with that, we take a look at the tail of the tape presented by the Marine Corps. Brandon Sales, 8 years the senior, 3 inches taller. Muhammad Usman with a 3-inch reach advantage on the arms. Sales the advantage in the legs. Lillian Garcia starts them off.
Ladies and gentlemen, the PFL is more than a fight. It's a season, and the season continues right now in the heavyweight division. This fight is presented to you by the Marine Corps. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a mixed martial artist. Standing at 6'5", he officially weighs in at 264 1/4 pounds. In 6 professional fights, he has a record of 5 wins with only 1 loss, and all 5 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Fort Benning, Georgia, here is Brandon Man of War Sales. His opponent in the red corner, he is a freestyle fighter. Standing at 6'2", he officially weighs in at 239 pounds. In 8 professional fights, he has a record of 7 victories with only 1 loss and 5 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Auchi, Nigeria, here is Muhammad the Motor Usman.
Keith Peterson drastically outsized with the fighters inside this cage, but he will make sure everything stays kosher. Brandon Sales in the gray trunks.
Sir, you ready?
Muhammad Usman
Sir, you
in
ready?
the blue.
Fight.
A touch of the gloves, and we are underway. These two heavyweights, push kick from Sales. Fight-ending potential in the power of both of these men. Jab to the body there from Muhammad Usman.
Switch of stance by Sales, and then back to orthodox.
We've seen it before, Kenny. That can mix things up defensively for your opponent when you give them a different look between strikes.
Absolutely, it causes them to adjust repeatedly, and Usman is a fantastic athlete, no question about that, but Sales is sneaky agile as well for a guy that size.
You saw Usman landed a jab there. Sales responds with a push kick. Searching hook there from Sales, glances off the top of Usman's head twice. He landed that hook, Brandon Sales did. Elliptical kick down there to the leg of Muhammad Usman. Sales mixing it up, giving different looks. Usman tests out a big right hand.
Yeah, Sales showing a lot of weapons. Usman now not letting him get away with that side kick to the knee there.
Usman looking to close the distance here. Nice footwork there by Sales. Continually going to that kick.
Big right hand there from Usman. That landed well.
We've seen some powerful shots land already. Both gentlemen wearing it. Sales misses with a kick. Another hook there for Brandon Sales.
Usman just needs to be careful ducking down there. He could walk into a knee there from Sales.
A calf kick from Sales there.
Inside leg kick as well. Randy, what do you do when you're on vacation? Because for Brandon Sales, technically this is his vacation. On leave as an active duty sergeant in the Army.
I like the way he rolls.
Sales doing a good job of injuring that lead leg. Looks like Usman already starting to have a little bit of trouble in that lead leg, guys.
Well, when you've got a guy with the base that Muhammad Usman has, one of the things you want to do is take the power away, take the balance away. Those low kicks will do that for you.
Yeah, those calf kicks have been quite the weapon over the last few years. And oh, nice left hook there from Usman, but it affects the peroneal nerve. The sural nerve makes it difficult for you to step with that foot.
Dr. Kenny Florian in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Nice push kick, nice little, not even really a push kick, just a little whoop to the body there from Brandon Sales. I love that lead kick. Goes back down to the lower leg of Muhammad Usman.
Both these guys staying very busy early in this first round.
Jab from Sales after that stump kick with the front leg.
Takedown attempt.
Shrugged
Sales
it.
not having it.
And now he feints for that leg. Jab from Usman lands. There it is again. I'm going to call it a stump kick because that's what Jeremy Horn calls it when I hit him with it. Brandon Sales continues to attack the lead leg of Muhammad Usman and the body. Strategic performance here from Sales.
Oh, nice left hook.
Yeah, that's probably been his most successful punch so far. Those short hooks have been money.
Approaching the 1 minute remaining mark here in the first round. Oh! Overhand right. Lands on the neck and jaw of Brandon Sales.
Well, both these guys have some pretty good chins. Big kick from Sales. These guys just tee it off.
Sales tries the Superman punch and walks right into that.
That left hand landed for Usman, and once again, Sales shrugs it off. Quick punch there from Brandon Sales with the lead hand.
Usman really sitting down, trying to land that big right hand.
Inside leg kick. And one of the questions with heavyweights is, will you carry power into the later rounds? Do you have the cardio to do so? Both men looking pretty fresh as we wind down round one.
Oh, this is where Usman said he would take over. There's a reason they call him the motor. Let's see if he's able to use it in the later rounds.
Couple of jabs there. Right hand wraps around the neck of Sales for Muhammad Usman. Round two ahead. Round two of heavyweight regular season action. Brandon Sales.
Sir, you ready? Fight.
In the black and gray. Muhammad Usman in the blue. A touch of the gloves. A very interesting first round. And Sales goes right back to work on the lead leg. You see fighter performance rating favors Sales in round one, as does the verdict fan vote. Perhaps the Army Sergeant banking a first round as he switches stances. Fellas, we talked about it. It's been a while since Brendan Sales has been in live MMA competition. No ring rust for him. That was a very, very nice first round.
Absolutely. Sharp, precise. You got great combinations. Mixed it up. High attacks, low attacks. A little bit of everything for Brandon Sales.
Yeah, he seems very loose, very composed. He's throwing a lot of different weapons out there. My goodness.
Long jab from Usman. Both men respecting the power of their opponents. And we've seen things land, and chins are on display here. Big, powerful, true heavyweights squaring off. Nice right hand there from Muhammad Usman. Spun the head around of Brandon Sales, but he wears it. Another one attempted by Muhammad Usman. The motor feeling like maybe he's found an opening. Cracking left hook from Sales as the pace increases here. 90 seconds into round two.
Yeah, it really has been. As far as the hands go, the left hook of Sales versus the right hand, that right cross from Usman.
Let's go, Mo. Keep going. Dig in.
Take a look at Usman's corner. That's UFC champion brother Kamaru in the background. Tony Donovan in the front. Oh my goodness, Brandon Sales grabbing Muhammad Usman. Hammer fist. Usman grabbing onto a leg, trying to survive. Sales hanging heavy on the head. His corner's calling him for him to snap Usman back down. And now he transitions to a standing guillotine attempt. Walks Usman over to his own corner and squeezes on the choke attempt.
Can't be difficult to finish on the feet with the arm in, but it seems like there's some good pressure on the neck of Usman.
Sales looking to re-grip, reposition, and force pressure on the neck and throat of Usman. I think Usman's safe from the choke itself, but now you're carrying a 250-plus pound man in a bent-over position.
Oh, what heart there from Usman. Nice little trip, nice little ankle pick there from Sales, but Usman's back to his feet.
And this is what the motor promised us. He's not going to stop.
Wow. What a fight. And Sales has to be shaking his head going, what do I need to do?
Again! Brandon Sales drops Usman the second time. Full mount, and he goes to work with the left hands. Searching with the left hand, landing. Can Usman recover? He builds his base. Brandon Sales trying to put the motor away. Left hands continue.
What a shot, and Sales trying to pour it on. Usman continues to fight on. What heart.
Sales drags him back, bellies him out, and here comes a choke, rear naked is in. Sales has the hands clasped. Left hand on his own right bicep.
Oh, it's underneath the neck. Usman might go to sleep here. He's out.
Brandon Sales chokes Muhammad Usman unconscious and scores a 5-point second round victory. Brandon Sales returns to competition with a huge upset finish.
What a fight. Back and forth war. And that's the thing. I mean, Sales did everything possible with his hands to finish it. Couldn't get it done. When you get a guy that tough with that kind of chin, I think the choke is the only solution.
Yeah, there was no way. He was not going to give that up. The only way was to put him to sleep. There was no tap there.
Wow.
And that's why it's important to have a well-rounded skill set.
Yep.
Brandon Sales did everything he landed. He got 2 knockdowns in 1 round.
Yeah.
But Muhammad Usman is so tough that you can't put him away, you can't pound him out. So you go for the path of least resistance, and you cut off the blood flow to the brain. Brandon Sales, unbelievable performance. Here come the replays, Kenny.
Well, it was a big right hand.
See, he switched. Brandon's in the other stance. He throws the right from that lead.
Yep, left hook versus right hand of Usman. Sales landed first.
Usman in survival mode here, grabs a single. There's a big swing and a miss by Usman. And a little left hook. Choppy, choppy, choppy. Right hook, sorry.
And those are the best shots, Randy, those hooks, whether it was the left side or the right side from Sales. That was his most successful shot. Those are the ones that dropped and hurt Usman a few times. And Sales just going, you know what? Punches aren't working. I got to put this guy out. And that is the beauty of the submission game. It doesn't matter how tough you are. You shut off the blood to the brain, you can put him out. And that's exactly what Sales did.
Sales victorious in his Professional Fighters League debut. He's active duty at the combat school. I imagine at Fort Benning, Randy, they're partying right now.
They are throwing down right now, for sure.
His techniques work, guys. That's the real deal.
I feel that much more patriotic knowing that that man is teaching our soldiers how to defend themselves and us. Cageonomics Stats Bundle brought to you, as always, by Geico. Back and forth in this heavyweight affair. Brandon Sales lands everything he can and says, I'll take the choke instead. Our next MLS match on ESPN and the app is Saturday, and it's an Eastern Conference matchup between second place NYCFC and third place Orlando City. Coverage begins at 6 Eastern. We'll take another look at the fighter performance rating. A close first round. Fighter performance rating presented by Rich Energy. How do you earn 100 for a fighter performance rating, Kenny Florian?
You get the finish.
And Brandon Sales did in round 2. Good for 5 points. Lillian Garcia makes it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 3 minutes and 42 seconds of round number 2. By technical submission, rear naked choke, earning 5 points in the heavyweight division, your winner, Brandon Sales!
Second round submission victory, good for 5 points in our heavyweight standings. Capalosa still in control of first place. Dennis Goldsoff 6 points for first round finish as well. Brandon Sales in an impressive return to the cage with 5 points. If Fabrizio Verdu wants to be in first place, he's going to have to get a quick finish. Heck, if he wants to make the playoffs, he's going to need a finish. Brandon Sales, impressive in his PFL debut. A couple of knockdowns and a technical submission for the Sergeant First Class in the United States Army. Credit to Muhammad Usman. He doesn't want to capitulate, and Keith Peterson peels Sales off after Muhammad Usman goes unconscious. A taxing round 1 and about half of round 2. When you throw punches like he does, your opponent goes down but doesn't go out, so that can be taxing. I'm here with our winner, Brandon Sales. Brandon,
what?
It's been 3 years since you were in MMA competition, and we worried about ring rust, at least internally. There was none of that. You looked technical, strategic, and sharp right from the get-go. How'd you feel?
Well, I appreciate you lying about all my technicality skills today, Sean, but I felt all right. You know, I felt really loose coming out. The mat's really slippery. Hard to, you know, solidify your stance and set up your offense. You're constantly worried about sliding. But he came out, threw a couple good stiff jabs. For whatever reason, I might be a slow starter. I kind of get that from you, Sean. Trying to imitate, you know, your fighting style. But it was good, you know. He came out, threw some big, heavy punches. Unfortunately, I'm good at eating punches. It's not something I should be proud of. Got a pretty hard head. I feel like, you know, all my combat experience kind of held up with that. So, you know, but it was good. I felt good. Not so much ring rust, just kind of old rust. You know, just turned 40 while in quarantine. That was a super fun birthday. I think I had like baked beans and chicken breast for my birthday party. So other than that, it was good, Sean.
Well, look, Brandon, eating punches and getting finishes was good enough to grab me $1 million in a PFL belt. So it's not the worst way to go about things. 5 points, a finish over a highly touted newcomer to the PFL. Do you feel like you made a statement tonight?
Well, maybe not a statement, other than you know, shouldn't just assume something just because somebody's got a last name. Not taking anything away from the Usman last name. Obviously, their pedigree is you know, high-level MMA and just athletics in general. But that's why I'm here to show, you know, what hard work, will over sometimes skill gets you, and you know, still chasing the dream.
Impressive PFL debut, Brandon. Thank you, and promise me this. If Wifey's gonna make some of that food truck food, just give me some.
Well, yeah, we'll definitely make sure we mark up the prices, since I know you got that $1 million check in there, Sean, but not a problem.
Congratulations, Brandon Sales, and of course, thank you for your service as well.
Hey, thank you guys. Thanks to all my supporters back home, my kids. See you in 2 days. Love you guys.
Brandon Sales, a really, really quality performance. He's self-deprecating there, but goodness gracious, the man, he did some nice things tonight.
I think you just found a new favorite, didn't you, Sean?
Who do we see next? Kayla Harrison, Mariana Moraes, a returning Professional Fighters League champ who has a couple of gold medals, a PFL belt, $1 million, and Mariana Moraes wants to take it all away. We see how it plays out next. Up next in women's lightweight action here in our PFL regular season, Kayla Harrison, Mariana Moraes. You know, Moraes is one of the most experienced fighters to ever compete in this division. She has 26 career fights, 12 finishes on her resume, including 8 submissions. She's the biggest underdog on the card tonight, but that hasn't fazed her one bit.
Bom, a minha estratégia para lutar com a Kayla Harrison é não ficar ali plantada na frente dela, né? Sair, bater e buscar um nocaute, mas minha preocupação não é nocautear não, é fazer uma boa luta e sair com a vitória. É o nosso trabalho, a gente está aqui para isso, né? Me preparo desde criança para isso. E não me intimidei em nenhum momento sabendo que ia lutar com ela, só não estava esperando ser ela, mas tamo aí, eu vi que só deu zebra ontem, né? Não sei, pode ser o ano da zebra também. Espero que a minha experiência ajude eu a vencer o combate também contra aquele.
There is Mariana Moraes getting ready backstage. Warming it up before she takes on the returning PFL champion. So Moraes is looking to pull off an upset over that woman, Kayla Harrison. Something that no one has gotten close to achieving so far in her career. Harrison has been unbeatable. She's 8-0. She's had a big life change this offseason, but still, no intention of slowing down.
My life has changed pretty much a 180 from 2019 until 2020, and not for the reasons that I think people suspect. Obviously, I won a lot of money, and I became an MMA world champion, all goals of mine, all things that I wanted to accomplish. But in 2020, I also became a mom. No, I didn't give birth. I became the guardian of my niece and nephew. What sound does a dog make? My mother had custody of my niece and nephew, Kyla and Emery, November of 2019, right before the championships. My mother had a stroke. I said, let me take them. I can do it. When it comes to do or die, and when it's that moment when it gets real, who you're gonna call? You call Kayla. You know, that's my job, that's what I do. I rise to the occasion, and I consider this no different. You know, I'm gonna rise to the occasion for these kids and give them the best possible life I can. It's so hard because I love them so much, and I so badly want to get it right for them. Like, I thought that I wanted to be the best in the world so bad. Take that feeling and multiply it by 100,000. Like, that's how I feel for these kids. I just cannot tell you how full my life is now. And I think that's made me, in a way, more dangerous as a fighter. Having them just gives me all of that more motivation. I want to put food on our table. Like, it's my job to take care of them. And I will beat the crap out of somebody if they try to take that away from us. Like, you're going to take my belt? You're not taking my belt.
You just watched history, ladies and gentlemen. Kayla Harrison continues her streak of excellence.
My goal has always been to wake up and be the best possible version of myself, whether it's being a fighter, whether it's being a mother. You know, that is my goal, to be the best possible mom I can be, to be the best possible fighter I can be, and to wake up and be the best version of Kayla every single day.
The first ever women's 155-pound championship. The returning champion, Kayla Harrison, begins her quest for back-to-back belts in just a few minutes on ESPN. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, welcome back to our audience on ESPN. We're here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Co-main event set to walk. Mariana Moraes, biggest underdog on the card tonight, but we shouldn't sleep on her, Randy. In order to earn this opportunity, you and I called these fights. Remember, she fought twice, won twice, in one night in her home country of Brazil in the International Qualifiers Series. And she did so against much larger women with finishes. She is a formidable opponent for Kayla Harrison.
Absolutely. 12 of her 16 wins have been by finish. 4 of those by knockout, 8 of those by submission. She brings some great skills to this fight, and I certainly don't think Kayla's of mind to overlook her. Maybe everybody else in the betting world is, but I don't think Kayla will make that mistake.
Yeah, you can't do that against someone who has more than 25 fights.
Fighting out of the red corner, Kayla Harrison.
The undefeated Kayla Harrison. Every time an obstacle is placed in her way, she knocks it down. She did so in judo, on the way to 2 Olympic gold medals. She did so in mixed martial arts, on her way to a $1 million PFL championship. Now her personal life, she's taken on a massive challenge of taking custody of her niece and her nephew. She said it in the brief. What do you do when things get real? You call Kayla. She's as reliable a performer as we've ever seen in combat sports.
Absolutely. I mean, there's few people that experience the kind of pressure you have when you're in the Olympics. And for an American judoka to go out there and win the gold not once but twice is just a phenomenal achievement.
More impressive to see somebody who has 2 gold medals and maybe the ego and bravado that comes with that, set all that aside and be willing to put herself in a training environment to get punched in the face, submitted, and learn all the things she needs to learn to be successful in that smart cage.
We'll take a look at our tail of the tape brought to you by Presidente. Kayla Harrison, 5 years older, the very young and very experienced Mariana Moraes. Kayla Harrison is also 4 inches taller. Same reach on the arms. Slight advantage for Kayla Harrison on the leg reach. Lillian Garcia, would you please?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your co-main event of the evening, and it's in the women's lightweight division, presented to you by Presidente. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, she specializes in judo and Muay Thai. Standing at 5'4", she officially weighs in at 153 pounds. In 26 professional bouts, this veteran has a record of 16 victories and 10 losses, with 12 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of São João de Boa Vista, Brazil, here is Mariana the Razor Moraes. Her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, she is a 2-time Olympic gold medalist in judo. Standing at 5'8", she officially weighs in at 155 1/4 pounds. In 8 professional bouts, she is undefeated with 6 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Middletown, Ohio, here is your 2019 PFL Women's Lightweight World Champion, Kayla Harrison. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
Gary Copeland oversees our co-main event. Moraes in the black and gray. Kayla Harrison, the returning champion, in
Round
the
one,
red.
you ready, Blue? Round 1, you ready, Red? Let's fight.
Kick right up the top from Kayla Harrison. Moraes comes back with a jab. Kayla Harrison, southpaw stance. Grabs a hold of Mariana Moraes. Couple of knees, and now pressure against the cage.
Already able to get to the clinch and able to set it up with some nice strikes. And she's pressuring Moraes up against the cage right now.
Now, Moraes has some judo experience, so she may not fall for some of the easier tricks that Kayla might try to pull.
Well, Kayla has an arsenal that goes way beyond the easy tricks. Right now, it's just a big body lock and dumps Moraes right to her back. Kayla Harrison lands inside control.
Yeah, we saw some great off-balancing or kazushi that you see in judo. Ended up tripping Moraes right into side control, now moving into mount.
She started to swing her one way, then changed directions, caught her off balance, and took her the other way to get her to the ground.
Heavy strikes from the top as Mariana Moraes bellies out. Kayla Harrison not relenting, not letting up. The right hand coming down like a piston, and now the left. Copeland asking for more action, and that's enough. 90 seconds in, Kayla Harrison, quick 6, and a fast finish for the returning champion.
Absolutely looking like an apex predator out there. My goodness, not wasting any time.
Surprised to see her come out and throw that naked kick right off the jump.
She got some new weapons.
I was curious to see whether Kayla was going to come in with a measured approach. You know, she's talked in the past about, I need more cage time. I'm going to get in there. I'm effectively going to practice in live competition. But then when we talk to her, right, the kids being involved in her life, the business-like approach, I didn't feel like we were going to get that version where she measured it out and said, you know what, let me learn a little bit. Got right to it, grabs a hold of her opponent, muscles her down, and it's only a matter of time when we see Kayla Harrison get someone to the ground.
Yeah, it was all very much a matter of fact. There's that confidence coming into play that she was talking about. Went forward, threw a big kick, got the respect from Moraes with her strikes, and that ultimately set up that clinch, Randy.
Absolutely, punched her way right into the clinch. Here she is in the over-under. She's got her against the fence. Moraes doing a good job trying to keep the hips away. There's a little foot wheel. Changes directions, the other direction. Watch her set this up. This is really, really pretty. She'll start moving her one way. Double underhooks now. She's going to pull her off, start moving her one way, and then take her back the other direction to get the takedown. One way, there's the other direction right there.
Yeah, it's just so efficient. And again, like, everything has a purpose. She wasn't throwing to throw something. Everything is making Moraes move to put her into position to take advantage again and again and again. Side control, into mount. And from here, guys, I mean, there's a reason why the mount is such a powerful position. She has gravity on her side. Moraes does not have those leg frames in play to try to keep her away. She's sitting on the hips, and Harrison just starts wailing away.
And I've talked about this with Kayla before. Ground and pound is an art, and not even great fighters have an easy time mastering. That's something that is totally underrated in her game. We talk about her judo all the time, but the way that she puts something on every strike from the top, it's meaningful when Kayla Harrison gets on top of you. It's not about scoring points. She got finishing power from there.
Everything she does is measured and calculated. It's very impressive.
Yeah, this shows a level of mastery that very few possess. She makes it look easy. Amazing.
Kayla Harrison, successful return to the PFL Smart Cage. A long layoff does not appear to have had any ill effects on the returning champion. Reaction from the corner, Mike Brown, Mako, familiar faces there. Cageonomics Stats Bundle brought to you by Geico. Big takedown, and of course, the ground and pound. Take a look at the fighter performance rating, revolutionary statistic in the sport of mixed martial arts, exclusive to the PFL. A perfect score of 100 for the first round finish. Kayla Harrison gets the job done. FPR brought to you by Rich Energy. Lillian Garcia has the official call.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 1 minute and 23 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by TKO and earning 6 points in the women's lightweight division, Kayla Harrison!
Successful co-main event performance for Kayla Harrison in the Air Force Reserve prep points. The legend Fabrizio Verdu getting warm, getting ready to walk for his PFL debut. Professional Fighters League action, the only MMA organization with a sports format, regular season, playoffs, a championship. And there are our women's lightweight standings. Larissa Pacheco with her fast finish, still in first place. Kayla Harrison, efficient, calculated, and brutal on top. First round finish for herself as well, good for 6 points. Jenna Fabian, Caitlin Young, Taylor Gargano all have 3 points from their decision victories earlier. It's gonna take more than that to guarantee yourself a spot in the top 4. Credit to Ian Parker, the Duck Nation celebrating because Ian told us Kayla Harrison by TKO. I believe at plus odds. It went exactly how he told you it was going to go. And I have our winner now, Kayla Harrison, returning women's lightweight champion. Kayla, long time away, massive life changes, but more of the same inside the cage. How does it feel?
Yeah, listen, this isn't a tournament, it's a coronation, and I'm the queen, okay? I'm not one to talk a lot of crap. It's not really part of who I am, but it seems like everybody from boxers to YouTube idiots think that they can get in there, and that's just not the case. So luckily for the rest of the world, I believe in equal opportunity, so if anyone thinks they can step to me, they can come get in the cage. But from now on, I'm the baddest woman in this room and in any room.
I don't think anything else needs to be said. Congratulations to the returning champion and the actual literal mic drop from Kayla Harrison. Like I told you, it was going to be an efficient performance. Kayla Harrison is not looking to learn. She is looking to beat people up.
I hope she's not mad at you. I think she's mad at you. She was looking right at you, Sean.
Yeah, I hope she's not mad at me too.
What a performance. I mean, unbelievable.
When she said I'm equal opportunity, she mean she'll fight me?
I'm pretty sure she'll take that fight.
Kayla, I don't
Randy
know
and I are retired, okay?
I don't know what I did to upset you, Kayla. Please forgive me. Look, in all seriousness, this is a 2-time Olympic judo gold medalist. She had nothing left to prove in combat sports. She came to the PFL, and she's just proved it over and over and over again that sky is the absolute limit. There's no limit to her potential in the sport of mixed martial arts.
She's clearly continuing to get better, and you know what? It's not always an easy thing when you're a big-time favorite. There's a lot of pressure on her, and she went out there and delivered tonight. Amazing.
And still to come, Fabricio Verdu, Hayden Fajeda. Goodness gracious. If you thought you had enough, I promise you, there's more. Heavyweights, the debut of a legend and a hungry young contender looking to spoil the party when we come back. next on SportsCenter with Scott Van Pelt, the latest in the NBA play-in picture, Jose Altuve's revenge in the Bronx, and the numbers that will define Albert Pujols. That's on SportsCenter with SVP. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage, which generates these Cageonomics. How about that? Top 3 women's lightweight strike speeds. Laura Sanchez in the losing effort with a 20-mile-per-hour strike nearly, 19.8. Jenna Fabian, efficient in her striking at 17.3. And Kayla Harrison, 16.8. Continuing to show her prowess in the striking arts as they improve. Heavyweight standings so far, only the top 4 advance to the playoffs. Capalosa and Goldsoff first-round finishes. Brandon Sales with the upset, good enough for 5 points. Down at 7 and 8, Ali Isaev, Hatef Moyo, they were not able to make it to their fights, so they got -1. That means a returning champion, Ali Isaev, is going to have a hard time making the playoffs if he doesn't get a fast finish. Them's the breaks in Professional Fighters League action. When we return, a main event featuring that legend, 43 years young and still feeling like it's time to prove some more in the sport of mixed martial arts. Fabricio Verdu next. Welcome back to the Professional Fighters League. One more heavyweight bout to go here on ESPN. Fabricio Verdu, the MMA legend, versus Renan Ferreira. 6 feet 8 inches tall. He'll be towering over the edges of our Smart Cage. Smart Cage powered by Flagship Solutions Group and IBM Partner.
And this is what we're looking at: strike speed, arm strikes, leg strikes, and total strikes.
You're a real master on that telestrator, Kenny Florian. And there is Renan Ferreira.
Final fighters to the cage. Introducing first, out of the blue corner, Renan Ferreira.
talked about it in the fighter meetings. If you want to be a legend in the sport of mixed martial arts, oftentimes you have to beat a legend. And he has that opportunity here tonight as he takes on Fabricio Verdu.
Absolutely, and I'm curious to see how he approaches this fight. You know, as a fellow Brazilian, a guy who, you know, he clearly has looked up to, does that affect him here on fight night?
This guy doesn't just pose physical problems. He's got some great technical skills, too, that Berduem is going to have to figure out how to solve.
Tonight we find out who the better Fabricio Verdu is, because Renan Ferreira actually played Fabricio Verdu in a movie. Who wore it better? The face of Fabricio Verdu. Randy, this man is a legend. Competing into your 40s, as much as we joke about it, it takes a different level of mastery, not only of your body, but of the skills that can make you successful in the cage.
I think, thankfully, as we get older, we get smarter. We don't do some of the stuff we did when we were younger. This guy's added a psychologist to the game. He started to figure out the mental skills. He's taking care of his body. Said the time off has really helped him heal up all the other injuries and nagging things that he had going on. So expect to be the best Fabricio Verdu we've ever seen.
He looks like he's in tremendous shape.
Take a look at our tail of the tape. Fabricio Verdu, 43 years old. Renan Ferreira is 12 years the junior. He's 4 inches taller and has a massive reach advantage. Thank you to 1800 Tequila for that tail of the tape.
One day past Cinco de Mayo.
Lillian Garcia, let us go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next fight is in the heavyweight division, and it's your main event. This is presented to you by 1800 Tequila. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in jiu-jitsu and boxing. Standing at 6'8", he officially weighs in at 252 pounds. In 8 professional bouts, he has a record of 6 victories and 2 defeats, with 6 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Borangotu, Brazil, here is Renan Problema Ferreira. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a jiu-jitsu practitioner. Standing at 6'4", he officially weighs in at 241.5 pounds. In 34 professional bouts, this veteran has an impressive record of 24 wins, 9 losses, 1 draw, with 18 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Porto Alegre, Brazil, here is Fabricio Verdu. Your referee in charge, Keith Peterson.
Keith Peterson oversees main event action inside the PFL Smart Cage. Ferreira in the black and gray trunks. Fabricio Verdu in the blue. Look for a hot start here, ladies and gentlemen.
Ready. Fight.
Olympic kick from both men.
What?
I told you so. Fabricio Verdu grabs the head outside single and gets Renan Ferreira to the ground early. 12 seconds into the round, you've got the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt on top.
Looked like a scene out of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon there to start the fight. My goodness. And Fabricio goes right to work.
I was looking for the wires. Like, these guys are flying. What is going on here?
Verdu able to pass the half guard here. Ferreira looking to recover his guard. He's a black belt himself. Pushes away, efforting the stand-up.
Fabricio doing a good job of keeping head position there, not allowing Ferreira for now to get back to his feet.
I found this in training and fighting for Tim Sylvia at 6'8". In his guard, I still could not reach his head to punch him. He's that long. And Ferreira is demonstrating just how long he is with those long levers and legs, too.
Berduem said he wanted to try to get 6 points in this fight, and he is clearly seeking that out here.
Great example of the ghost cam technology looking through the PFL Smart Cage as Fabricio Verdu passes. Oh working his way almost to the mount.
Yep, almost past there. Sean now looking for an opportunity to go to quarter mount or possibly mount here. See if he can push down on that right knee of Fajeda, but the cage is kind of in the way, which is complicating things.
Fajeda attempts to roll out. He's got the hand of Fabricio Verdu. And now he finds himself inside the triangle. Fajeda trying to pound his way out of it. He's going to have to address this. Hammer fist coming down.
He's got it locked on. Armbar attempt from there.
Here. Fajeda continues to hammer down with the right hand. His arm is so long, he's not in as much trouble as he should be in this position.
Yeah, Berduem already has the hematoma, but he's gonna get the tap here. That is very tight with the triangle.
Got the right angle now.
Oh, he's got his arm out.
He's out. Fajeda is out. Damage showing on the face of Fabricio Verdu as the young man takes his back. Berduem looks hurt here. Hammer fist. Hayden Fajeda pounds out. Fabricio Verdu dethroning a legend. Hayden Fajeda 6 points in the first round.
What an upset. Berduem just so close to getting the submission, but again, the length of Fajeda coming into play. He was able to land those huge shots, whether he was in a triangle or in an arm lock. Wow, what heart for Fajeda. And Berduem took some big-time punishment trying to hold on there, but too much power from Fajeda.
Randy, I always lean on you for this generating power in those ground and pound scenarios with hammer fists. The whole dynamic changes when you're talking about those long levers.
You know, Mike Tyson quoted saying, now everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Everybody's a black belt walking in there until somebody starts punching you in the face too. And that's exactly what happened there. He fell apart. He slipped out of that triangle, which looked to be very, very tight. He had the right angle. You see him make the adjustment, lock it in behind his knee. This guy was so long, he could still get his arm out of there and hammer away with those hammer fists. It was amazing.
Not only the ability, but the confidence when you're being threatened in a relatively tight submission by someone like Fabricio Verdu to continue pounding away. It tells you what kind of confidence that Hayden Fajeda has in his own ground game. A debut for both men here in the Professional Fighters League, but it is Hayden Fajeda that makes it happen. Here's that replay, Randy.
Head outside single. He tries to dump him. Finally has to turn the corner enough and gets him to fall. Now the long levers come into play. He tries to pass. He's in half guard here. And half guard with a longer opponent is a much better situation. But this guy's so long, he rolls him over. It almost looked like Berduem was going to take his back. And he ends up settling for this triangle position. Fajeda dropping the bombs from the triangle. And you can see it's locked in. He's got the foot behind his knee. He's got the right angle to put those pressures on.
It looked like that right hand tapped the shoulder for a couple seconds there, Randy.
I thought I saw Fabricio Verdu making the case to either the referee or his corner, I'm not sure who he was talking to, that he felt a tap. And goodness, this is going to be a controversial discussion. Here's the end of the fight. Fabricio getting hammer fisted from the top.
Here, see it locked in. He's got it locked in tight. There's 1, 2. It definitely looks like a tap on the shoulder. Then he goes after the tap to punching him in the face. Did Berduem think it was a tap and loosen up? That's the question.
We'll take one more look at the sequence of this fight finishing.
It was certainly tight. Berduem.
See, here he doesn't have it locked in. He doesn't quite have the right angle. But watch him make this adjustment. Now he's got it locked in, and he's got the right angle. So the back of his leg is on one carotid, his own shoulder is on the other.
Yeah, I mean,
see, it looks like a tap. 1, 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tap. That's not a defense. I mean,
that's not. That's a tap.
That's a tap.
And then to go right back to punching. Wow, controversial.
But look where the referee's at. The referee is on the other side of their bodies. There's no way he saw that from over there.
Yeah.
Tough situation for Fabricio Verdu. We got to take a look at our Cageonomics bundle presented by Geico. Takedown from Fabricio Verdu. He's able to advance position. The sweep from Fajeda on the big explosive roll. And Fabricio Verdu locks in a triangle choke. And the replays show us that it appears Renan Fajeda tapped. And then he went right back to work and ended up finishing Fabricio Verdu with right hand. But you have to wonder if Verdu thought the fight was over and said, I don't know why you're still hitting me, you just tapped. You see the fighter performance rating, our FPR scores, our smart cage tells us that Fabricio, with that submission attempt, had it done, and then Fajeda gets the finish. Presented by Rich Energy, FPR. The official decision with Lillian Garcia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 2 minutes and 32 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by knockout and earning 6 points in the heavyweight division, Renan Fajeda.
For now, Renan Fajeda 6 points in the heavyweight standings. First round finish. We'll talk to both fighters when we return on ESPN. Welcome back to Professional Fighters League action at Ocean Casino Resort. A controversial development here in our main event. Women's lightweights and heavyweights competing tonight. We welcome Fabricio Verdu, the heavyweight legend, to the PFL Smart Cage. And unfortunately, this is not the finish anybody expected. Fabricio, thanks for taking the time to speak with me. Just walk me through how that fight ended from your standpoint.
Yes, man. I think everybody saw the fight. He tapped. I have to respect my opponent. I have to stop. Maybe I break his arm, put his lip. I have to stop. When he tapped, automatically I'm stopping the fight. But he keep going the punch my head, you know. But I'm stopped because he tapped. Just I want to see the video, please.
We're going to show you a replay.
Show me.
Look at the monitor here.
Watch now. I got the triangle. Watch his hand. You see his hand? He say stop.
It looks like two pretty clear taps, and then, of course, the interesting situation here, Fabricio, is that he goes right back to punching you after that tap with his right hand.
Watch now. Watch. This is tap. This is tap for me. I fight for 23 years. When he tap like a hands, like an open hands, he tap. I have to stop. You know.
Fabricio,
and he keep going to punch my head. You know.
I completely understand where you're coming from. What's your reaction after the tap? You feel him continue to punch, and you know you got to defend yourself, but you think the fight's over. Puts you in a bad spot.
My mind is over because he tapped. You know, I feel him when he tapped my shoulder. This is why I stopped the fight. I stopped. You know, and he keep going to punch my head, and the referee don't see nothing. I don't know why he stopped. I'm okay yet. You know, I'm okay. I'm just keep going, but. When he tap, you have to stop the fight, you know. But I understand, but it's okay. It's okay. This happened, but everybody saw his tap for sure.
Did you think he was tapping from the triangle or the armbar?
The choke, for sure the choke. The arm, because this is a double attack. This is a double attack. Now it's just triangle. Yeah. But after then when he got his arm, watch this is tap, man. Watch this, man. It's crazy. Put again, please. Put this again, please. This is like a tap for sure, man, you know? 100% this tap, man. This is, I don't know, but it's okay. You know, I don't know what guys give the decision, you know? Sometimes happen, but for sure he's tap. And he's mind he's tap too, you know?
So how do you move forward from here, Fabricio? Will there be an appeal?
Now I have to rest and I come back to my home. I see my family. I stay here in USA for 3 months for the training, focus my mind, everything is okay, but you know, I have to come back to my home and I want to see everything.
If your opponent was in front of you right now, what would you want to say to him?
What's that?
If your opponent was standing here or he's listening, what do you want to say to him?
I don't want to say nothing to him because, you know, but he know his mind, his step, you know, he know for sure. And that this is it's not fair. It's not fair. When I'm tapped, you guys got in my neck or my armbar, I tap, okay, I'm tapped, that's it. I'm stopped. But he keep going the punch my head. This is not fair. It's not fair.
Fabricio, thank you. We will obviously figure out where to go from here. We look forward to calling your next fight.
The guy understands the fight. The guys know he tapped, but it's okay. Hey.
Fabricio Verdu handling that with a lot of class considering the situation that he is in. For now, those are our heavyweight standings. Bruno Capalosa, Renan Ferreira, Dennis Goldsoff, Brandon Sales, all with points tonight. We'll be back with a lot to discuss on ESPN. Welcome back to Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian. A controversial finish. Randy, I'll start with you. It's a no-win situation for Fabricio Verdu. He thought the fight was over. His opponent keeps going, and for now at least, the official decision is that Fabrizio Verdu got finished in the first round in his PFL debut.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, it definitely looks like a tap on the video to me. And Fabricio, being the sportsman that he is, when you feel somebody tap, especially in a situation where you're going to choke them unconscious or maybe break their arm, you let them go. You stop fighting. And generally what we teach our athletes is you do not stop until the referee stops the fight. That's how it's usually, I mean, that's what we try to do. So, you know, it's a rough situation. It's honestly, it's too bad.
And Kenny, it's a strange situation for Renan Ferreira. This is a guy that's well known in Brazil. He's a national hero. You have a chance to dethrone a legend, come out on top, and for it to end in a controversial manner like this, where it appears you continued throwing punches after tapping.
Right.
Where does he go from here?
This is a tough one. You know, I think for Ferreira, obviously, you know, he continued to fight after what seemed like a tap. And it looked like Berduem actually was kind of holding on to the triangle. He didn't completely let go, so it seemed like he was still in it. Maybe he thought, hey, the ref didn't see this tap. Now I can breathe. Now I feel like I have some wiggle room here. I'm not feeling like I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to continue to fight through this. And that's exactly what happened. Two things happened here. It looked like Ferreira tapped, but at the same time, the referee didn't see it. And like Randy said, you got to keep fighting. Protect yourself at all times. That's what they say in the dressing room. And unfortunately for Berduem, he didn't do that.
A controversial finish to a great card tonight here in the Professional Fighters League. More when we return.
The PFL on ESPN has been brought to you by Presidente. Drink responsibly.